Assalamualaikum, bhai.
Hey, assalamu alaikum everyone. How are you doing, Ashish?
Not bad. How about you?
Very good. Driving?
Yeah, almost home.
Okay, okay. How's the weather? It's getting cold now?
Yeah, man, freezing. Winter just hit, pretty much.
Oh,
Let's
oh
just say that.
wow. You guys had your first snow?
We already had it last week, and then it became like warm this week, or almost about like 20, 23, and then all of a sudden, since yesterday, it just froze again, pretty much.
Oh, wow.
It's like the wind chill kicked in, right? So
So it's gonna be
now we're reminded, yes, we live in Canada.
right, right. It's gonna be a white Christmas, huh?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be bad weather conditions this time, for sure. Especially with, who expects like randomly 20 in the middle of November, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So they are expecting it to be pretty, pretty bad. Especially with the COVID is flourishing with the cold weather, right? It like kind of is dying out in the hot weather, I guess. So
True,
they're expecting,
true.
yeah. So there was like 1600 today in Toronto, I mean, in Ontario almost. So
Mm-hmm.
let's see.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man.
Strange. Uh, okay, so let's start, everyone. It's 10:35 on my side. It's 6:35 on your side. Let's start with a quick review of yesterday and previous classes. And today is another very, very important lecture. So yesterday we started with understanding, and before yesterday we started understanding with databases. Databases is an important entity, but databases is not kind of a core responsibility of system cloud admin or system admin. But databases, we need to have that clear understanding between all these different type of databases like DynamoDB, RDS, Elasticache, Redshift, Aurora DB. I'll be posting videos on these, configuring these databases, connection to these databases. Most of the time, database management is not our responsibility, but till in the cloud, you still need to uh, provision few databases as per the DBA or the application architect request. Yesterday, what we covered about networking is one of the core responsibilities of us of a cloud architect or a cloud admin. But that responsibility is limited to understanding, have a very good understanding between cloud services, servers, and networking. Most of the practical will be done by the network architect in most of the organizations. So in system admin, there is first level support, second level support, and third level support. In cloud, there is no first level support. In cloud, it starts from second level support, which is cloud admin. So you need to have a very good idea of most of the services that we discussed yesterday in the lecture. So today we're going to quickly review everything that what we have learned. So essentially the same thing. The core services that we need to understand is VPC, which is virtual cloud, virtual private cloud, and then subnet and routers. Routing table, internet gateway, security group. And yesterday we did an example at the end of the day using all these five services. uh, VPC is mainly is if you consider VPC as a switch, then it will be better for everyone to understand that it's just like a switch. Sits in between. It makes sure that all of the computers are connected together. So you can take as VPC as a router that is sitting at home for you for to connect to the internet. So it's that VPC that connects your servers, applications, and PaaS services and everything. So VPC enables you to launch AWS resources into virtual network, and you define this virtual network closely resembles a traditional network that you'd operate on your own data center. So the important things about VPC and AWS core services is that includes, so after VPC, you implement VPC, the very first thing you implement is subnets. And subnets are those small networks. You can have one VPC with one subnet, and or you can have multiple subnets. And then you need to understand that why would you need to have many subnets. So you would require different subnets because for isolation of different applications, or maybe for security reasons, or maybe for bandwidth purposes. So you want to give a full network bandwidth. Bandwidth, in other words, is known as the speed of the network. When servers are connected, if you're looking at the screen, here I have a VPC and I have four different subnets here, and four different subnets, meaning this subnet has its own bandwidth allocated to this subnet, and this subnet has its own bandwidth allocated, so that this subnet can get its full speed on the network. So subnet will also make sure that, let's say, if one of the server in the subnet is using all of your bandwidth, meaning if it's using all of your in network pipe, in that case, it will slow down other servers as well. But if you have multiple subnets, then it won't affect the other subnets. So it will be it's only that subnet where it has used most of the bandwidth. So, and also it is good for monitoring. So and most of the companies, in real companies, you will find many subnets within the environment. Now, who would decide that? This is a decision of a network architect. And why a network architect? Since it is a cloud service, as a cloud admin, I should be responsible for this. Guys, it's not like that. As a cloud admin, you should have an idea of all these services. As a cloud admin, you should have an idea of all these services, but since this is related to the network, and that goes back to the physical network. So that goes back to the physical network, meaning the people who are Cisco certified, people who are F5 or different firewalls and appliances certified, they have a clear picture of the networking. This is why they are the one who decide that what networking goes into, what type of networking needs to go into the cloud as well, because they need to connect their physical network to this network. This is why most of the configuration will be done by the networking admin. Nowadays, network certified specialists, they are also taking AZ-104 exam, and they are aware of these basic understanding basic services within the cloud. So, but for our understanding, for exam purposes, for interview purposes, we need to have that clear understanding, clear concepts on VPC, and then the subnets. Subnets are smaller networks, and then the routing table. Routing table makes sure that which roads are open between the subnets. So routing table will be the routing table will automatic. So first route. I mean, in order to understand just the routing table. Okay, just a second. So in order to understand routing table, you can just, okay, so right here. So in order to understand routing table, you can just imagine that if there is a road between, if there is a street between two subnets. So this is one route. If you're looking at the screen, this will be considered as one route. Then this will be the connection between the second subnet will be considered as second route. Connection between the third subnet will be considered as third route. And this is all part of the routing table. So by default, all these subnets have roads connected. So you can imagine that there are streets between all these subnets that is automatically done whenever you create a VPC. So when you create your first VPC and you start creating subnets, all these streets are automatically done, and this is done by the default route. So So when we create our first EC2 instance, a default VPC is provided, a default routing table is provided. That default routing table dictates that there is a default route between these. So a default route, and also the default VPC will also have a one route to the internet gateway. So this is what routing table is. And as soon as you start creating more and more subnets, more and more VPCs, there you will be making more and more routes to that. So routing table is just in real life you can compare that with the streets in the real environment. Matchpin has a question. Welcome, Salam. Routing table is within VPC or across VPC availability zone. A routing table is basically where the network is. So we can remember this by wherever our network goes, routing table goes to that. Now what the routing table that we see is just a routing table for our own network. Which means that the routing table we have is having, let's say I have only one VPC in my AWS subscription. That VPC is sitting inside one subnet, and that subnet is sitting inside the VPC. So in my routing table, I can see only my own network. But yes, routing table, there is another routing table as well. There is that connects availability zones, that connects regions together. But those networking configurations is not our responsibility. That's why we cannot see them. Otherwise, everything is connected. They have routing tables as well. So the routing table that we are seeing is only that concerns us. So to answer your questions, yes, routing table exists for all of the other connections as well. um, so then we have security groups and network access security. The security groups are used for applying network security on instance level. We had a detailed discussion on that. And network access control list is the same, exactly the same as security group. But for interview purposes, we should remember that this is for subnet level. So you need a door on the subnet. You need a security on the subnet level. So we can use network security access control list. And then we have internet gateway. Without internet gateway, you cannot go out of the network. Elastic IP address, elastic network interface, both are reserved public IP address. Now in here, one thing that we need to understand between elastic public IP address. So here I have elastic IP and public IP. So what is the difference between elastic IP and public IP? So the difference between the two is, and both are separate type of concepts in AWS. Public IP, the one that we refers to a public IP, this is a dynamic IP. This is a dynamic IP. This is the IP that is automatically assigned to a EC2 instance when the first time we connect to it. So the first time, for now we don't have, I removed my VPC and everything yesterday. So today, if I make a EC2 instance and I make it public, so I will get two IP address. One is private and the other one is public. So that free public IP address that is given to me is basically the IP address that is it is referred to as that public IP address. But elastic IP address is again a public IP address, but it is a reserved IP address. So you are paying for this, and that IP address will remain with you as long as you pay for this IP address. So elastic IP address, public IP address, both are public IP address. Public IP address that it is referred in, and I will show you once we create a EC2 instance. So what will be the big difference? There might be a confusion between elastic IP, public IP. Both are public IP. Then why there are different names? Guys, there are different names because let's say I have a EC2 instance. So this is my EC2 instance. And we all know that everything is pay as you go. So pay as you go. So most of the time it will be pay as you go, which will be by hours or by seconds as well. Some services are by second they are charged. Some services are by hours they are charged. So now what are we trying to understand, guys? We are trying to understand difference between public and elastic IP address. Let's say I have a EC2 instance, and from 9 to 5 9 to 5 this VM is on, and there is more load on 9 to 5, and after 5 to next morning 9 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. There is not much load. So you have decided that this VM should be stopped, and this VM should be stopped. Now, a stopped VM won't charge you anything. So if you stop a VM, it won't charge you anything. So it makes sense that that after 5 p.m. we will shut down this VM, and next morning for between 9 to 5 will run this VM. Now, when you stop this VM, even for 1 hour, so if any VM is stopped for 1 hour, after that 1 hour, and most of the time also, whenever you stop a VM and you restart a VM, there will be a new public IP assigned to this. So before stopping, let's say the public IP address was 3.49.194.10, and when you stop and restart, the IP address might change to 33.55.10.113. So the IP address will change. You will still get an IP address, but the IP address will change because it's a dynamic IP address, and that IP address will be given to somebody else. And when next day you again stop that VM and start or restart that VM, you will get another IP address. Now, so this is referred to as a public IP address. So you might say, okay, so that's fine. What is wrong with this, guys? For most of the applications are not tied to a public IP address, but some servers are tied to a public IP address. For example, a website. If we host a website, websites need dedicated IP address for all these organizations. And website needs to have a static public IP address. So if IP address starts changing every day, then what happens is thousands of users, you won't be able to manage those thousands of requests that are connecting to the web servers. So that dedicated IP address is considered as elastic IP address. Elastic IP address will stay with your server even if you stop the server, even if you restart a server, the elastic IP address will be connected to your server. So that's an important difference that you need to remember for exam purposes, also for the interview purposes as well. Next, we also discussed endpoint. Endpoint we discussed in details that endpoint services are those services that will make sure that your internet, the communication between AWS services remains inside the cloud. So endpoint services is just that if all the AWS services, even if across regions, if there is a connection between EC2 and S3 service, so it stays within the cloud using the AWS cloud, so it doesn't have to go out on the internet. That's what endpoint services is. Other than that, private link is the same as endpoint services. It's just for non-AWS services. So what can be a non-AWS service? Non-AWS service can be it can be basically a web application, a gaming application, maybe a business application made by your organization, and it is hosted inside AWS cloud. So those applications are considered as non-AWS services, and all the AWS services are the services that we are learning here. Then we have peering. Peering is a connection between two VPCs. So peering is just you have one VPC and a second VPC. If we need to connect both VPCs and both VPCs have their own subnets, so we can have peering in between these VPCs. A connection between two VPCs is known as peering. We have network address translation. Network address translation, it is, if you can remember from yesterday and look at your notes, and notes are very, very important, everyone. Please take notes, because with notes you can, so for one thing, you keep engaged in the training, because most of the time I'm talking. I appreciate if you can ask more and more and more questions that basically increases more and more attention for everyone. So every now and then, so I would say just take notes, maybe rough notes, maybe make diagrams, and maybe make mind map type of a mind map type of structure about these different services. I mean, that is how I remember all these services, especially when I work on multi-cloud environment. Same company having Azure and the same company having AWS, or same company, same company having OCI. OCI is the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, that is the cloud. So when we are working with all of them all the time, if I show you my notes from my office, it's all filled with the all the structures that I made, because without making a structure, guys, it is very, very difficult that how these services are connected together. I mean, just look at this here in this diagram. Here there is a lot of information that you know, but in order to properly understand, you need to draw it, maybe on a whiteboard, maybe you need to draw it on a rough page. So by just looking at this here, we have AWS cloud, then we have VPC, which is the main network, then we have two subnets here, and the subnets have their own IP addresses. And yesterday we also learned that naming is very, very important. Naming is very, very important. This is just one VPC, two subnets, and two EC2 instances. Then there were two security groups. We connected it to the internet gateway and one routing table. There were so many names here and there. So if you don't follow a proper naming convention, meaning if you're working on a public instance, it has to be a public instance. So it should be named as public instance. So there are so many things that there are that you won't. I mean, we won't be able to make it in our brains. It has to be. It has to be, made somewhere on the paper and then apply. So that's what I do in the lab as well. Just keep on going back to the paper and keep on understanding, especially for networking. Benjamin, I have a question. I have one question. So the route table is one, or separate table. Route table is one, or a separate table for availability and regions. So for availability and regions, we cannot see that here. It is, it exists, but it exists in their own infrastructure, AWS infrastructure. So for customers, we are all customers to, we are also known as tenants. So we are tenants, and tenants, as tenants, we can only see our own networking. Exactly like when we lease an apartment, we can only see our own electricity inside the house. You can see your own board, but in the building somewhere there is that large main board as well, where it connects all the apartments together. So yes, there is a separate, completely separate networking for availability zones and regions. And but here we see only the network that we are responsible for. VPC as a definition, we went through this default VPC IP addresses. I would say if you're new to IT, just have a few YouTube for understanding of basic IP addresses, how the numbers are, and how this works. This goes back to the basic understanding. But in general, the IP addresses, when you work on servers or on devices, sometimes you do need to change IP addresses, work with IP addresses. Once the IP address is configured, you don't make changes to IP addresses every day. Most of the time it is configured and it's working. It's exactly like at home. You're working with a smartphone, and smartphone receives an IP address from your router at home. So once your smartphone is connected, you just keep on using it. You just keep on working with it, and you never change the IP address. So IP address, but as a cloud admin or an architect, if you're becoming an architect, for architect, it is essential to learn all about networking and especially the IP addressing, subnetting, and all. But for a cloud admin, it is that you need to have that basic understanding. So, so I will share these slides with you. Subnets, we have already spoken about subnets and all, and I will be showing you, sharing with you some labs here as well. I'll try to make 4 or 5 labs for networking so that you can get a very, very good idea about this. So, any questions at all about this? Anyone tried to create VPC on their own? I mean, it was just yesterday, so maybe probably not. And somebody was mentioning that you are going to have a lab today. Did you had a lab today in the morning?
No,
Anyone?
that's going to be on Sunday.
Oh, it's gonna be on Sunday. So today is
That's
Saturday. Okay,
Saturday. Yeah.
mine is Sunday here. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you do in that lab? How do you go about this? How many people are connected in the lab?
There's a couple of people, three, four people, or five of them. And Amin Bhai is a monitor or coach,
Okay.
and one of us goes take us through all the way about one thing, like one VPC and adding all the subnets and uh, all other goodies to that, and then somebody else take over something. A
Okay,
couple of
excellent.
weeks ago, yeah, of the Azor, Shakil, and Atif and Benjamin, they are good, man.
Okay, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. That's really good. And so, okay, so one person explains and other people follow, or other people just sit as a student and just keep looking at the screen.
Well, what I do, I just go through what they're doing and do with them. Same time, I try to.
Okay,
Uh,
okay. One lead, others do it. Okay, excellent, excellent. That's very good. That's very good. It's a team effort, and definitely there are benefits. And most of the people join in, or mostly regularly, just few people.
well, in Azure, it was like handful, 4 to 5. Let's
Okay.
see tomorrow in AWS how many will be there.
Okay, sure. So I would encourage everyone to join in, because consider this as a blessing, because you won't have this after finishing this training, because most of the time people are busy. Once you are dedicated to something, it will be better to work together, and that may be the only time that you have dedicated. Most of the time we are working outside and here and there. So I would say team work in this manner. In this, I mean, I haven't seen this most of the time in my other trainings. I would ask my all of the students to work in groups. So sometimes two people make their own silo, and three people and four people. But you're doing a really great job. Excellent. So I would say encourage everyone to join those sessions. Okay. So guys, today we have a very very important topic that we need to discuss, and that is all about security. Security inside AWS cloud. So security about in AWS cloud. Okay. So security, when it comes to a security, there are few security levels that we need to understand. So few of them we have already introduced: IAM user, root user, and we have also worked with one of the roles and policies. Today we are going to work with these services in detail, because this is a very very important part of any organization. It's exactly like security is how important security is at home. It is very important. We secure our home from inside. We also secure our home from outside, and even we have parameter network in the within our locality. There is that say that those. I mean, you might have seen those signboards saying that neighbor watch or stuff like that within the neighborhood. It's all for the security purposes, and on top we have police as well watching over us. So police, and then neighborhood watch, and then our home security, then that automatic security at home. This is all security. And in cloud environment, the most important thing is the data. So today is all about data, and data is more, and it's being gathered. I mean, so as compared to a few years back, or maybe like 10, 10, 15 years back, this is like, maybe I would say like 500 or 400 times more important. Data is more important than as compared to previous 20 years. And the next it is and the next will be Riaz, your switch, your phone camera is on. So the next will be it is security. Okay, let me just Okay, let me try to fix that. And so where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so so data is most important, and data and in order to secure this data in next 20 years, I would say it will be 1,000 times more. So all of the banks, all of the organizations, they are all producing data, and data is the most important part. Most important part of IT now, and actually it was always been, but now since we have cloud, now since we have, I mean, the population is last 20 years and now, or maybe last 30 or 40 years, and now there is a difference of 2 billion people. So, and also at the same time, the technology and the internet, this data is growing really, really fast. And in order to protect this data, these cloud providers, they all need to provide everything there is to in order to protect the data. So how do you protect that data? I mean, we can look at this data security just like a home security. So I can compare that to our home security. So first of all, in the real in our real life, we basically have a security around our home. So sometimes we would go for these organization ADT, and they would put cameras and then scanners, and then a lot of other things that can scan around the house, and we have a security system at the house. So this is one of type of security. Then we have a security, another security layer, that is sometimes the neighborhood watch, or and then another type of security, that is a police level security. But what are you protecting? You're protecting your home and your data, and your family. So exactly like that, in when we protect data inside these cloud environment, if the data is not protected, people won't come to these organizations. People won't move their infrastructure inside these organizations. In order to protect them, there are different layers of security that we need to understand. So today we will be working with security management, AWS, in AWS, understanding that concept, AWS IAM, which is identity and management services. This is where we create users. This is where we create groups, and so this is where we create users, and this is where we create group, and this is where we assign permissions. And then we need to understand roles and policies. Roles is basically same as users. It is same as users, but this is a security around AWS services. So this is a connection between one AWS service to another AWS service. And the policies are written instructions. This will allow or restrict different type of access within AWS environment. Then we have key management system. Key management system is basically to keep safe a different type of keys inside your AWS environment. Now, sometimes this concept is difficult to understand, that why there is a key and what is the relationship between a key and a file. So key and a file, and why do we need to keep keys? So we need to understand that with an example. What happens is, the key, basically key is nothing but an it's basically an encrypted information that holds the read and write access to a text file. So let's say I create my resume, and this resume is a Word file, and this resume is a clear text. So clear text. So a document can be a clear text. So it can be a clear text, or it can be encrypted. So it can have two forms. A document can be clear text, or it can be encrypted. A clear text document, when it is sent from one email to another, everybody can open it. So a clear text document, I sent it to a recruiter opens it, recruiter sends it to a manager can open it without any. So that document is referred to as clear text document. But when I encrypt this document, then the other person will not be able to open it. So what are we we trying to understand? We are trying to have a very a basic understanding of KMS here. So a clear text document. So this is my clear text document, and I made it. I'm the owner. It's a clear text document. It was sent to a different person. They can open it, but now I want some security on this document. So I'm saying that, this document is very, very important, and only that person in that organization should be able to open it. So for that reason, I would right click on that document, and that is available in Windows as well. That is available in Linux as well. It is available in Mac systems. Everywhere you can just right click and encrypt a document. And there are some software as well. So the definition of encryption is that the same document will be changed to an encrypted or locked document. So this complete document will be a locked document, and this locked document is locked by some encryption technology, some encryption algorithm, and that is protected with this key. Now, who holds the key? The key is with this person. So what happens is, this person would send this document to the other person, and the other person would be able to open that document, but at the same time, once the other person tries to open the document, it would require that key, and you need to send that key separately. So this is a very, very basic information. So once that person opens this locked document, they would require that separate key, and key is nothing but another file that you need to send separately. So person will use that key and open that document, and once the document is open, it will be like a open document, and the person, if you don't have rights management services, the person will be able to send that document to somebody else. So so now here, what is my main point? So we do understand, with the key you can encrypt a document. When you send it to someone, you need to send the key as well. So what is the purpose of key management service? Guys, key management service, as we can see, this key is so important. This is one document. Let's say your company has thousands of documents that needs to be encrypted. So thousands of documents, which means that either your company has hundreds of keys, if not thousands of keys, because with one key you can encrypt many documents, and one person holds one key. Second person will have their own key. So each one will have their own key, and the key, you can create a key on application basis as well. So in order to manage all these keys in the cloud environment, we keep these keys that encrypt the documents in the key management system, so that you don't have to send the key along with the document. All the people who are part of your organization, and according to their access, they will have a key management system. With the key management system, it will be automatically done. You don't have to send the key, you just send the document. If the person is from your organization, or the person has access to the key management system, then the key will automatically open it. So we will see that, we will demonstrate that in the lab as well. We will create a key and encrypt a document, then we will assign a permission to someone, then we'll open the document. So key management system will basically make sure that that you don't have to go through this hassle of sending keys, and the person would say, oh, this is not the right key, and then you will send another key, or try this key. No, it's not like that. These are all in key management system, it is very well managed. So this is why it is known as key management system. It will hold all the keys. It can hold the customer keys, AWS keys, and they are automatically attached with the with your system. I mean, nowadays you can say this is exactly like these newer cars, where you have a key in your hand, and you, with the press of a button, you open everything. So so it's that type of key. I mean, maybe it might not resemble exactly, because here you are encrypting and decrypting and all that. So key management system, we are going to go into more depth here. And then lastly, we need to understand managed active directory. So managed active directory is a complete authentication system. In this, we are going to install Microsoft Active Directory and see that how these organizations are connected their Active Directory to AWS. Matchpin is asking, KMS only for documents? KMS is only for keys. So keys can be for documents. Keys can also be for applications. So it can also be for different type of applications. So key management system is only holds different type of keys. So it is for everything. So to answer your question, if the key belongs to application, it is stored here. If the key belongs to a EC2 instance, then the key of that instance will be stored in the KMS. So KMS is a key management system. So first of all, security management in AWS work with So first of all, working with IAM services managed. So we'll see what are the components of IAM and what are the best practices and how do you access these systems. So we did that lab right in the beginning. We created a user. We created a user of IAM. So this is just a book definition. IAM is a AWS server which sets the permission in order to allocate right resources to right person at the right time. And IAM access to complete to compute. IAM access allows access to compute, storage, database applications, and deals with three terms: users, groups, and permissions. And then it controls both central and fine-grained API resources plus management console, and it creates and manage AWS. So essentially what IAM is doing, it's just creating users. So we create users in IAM. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management System. It is same for all of the clouds. Azure has it, GCP has it, AWS has it. All of these all of these clouds have these. So IAM is a place where we manage users, we create users, we create groups, and then we assign some permissions. So we will assign permission, let's say read access, write access, full control to what? To different type of resources. So we can, the access can be assigned to EC2 instance, S3 access, and then S3 EC2 instance, and then it can be assigned to S3. Also, it can work with all the AWS services. So three things that happens in IAM: create users, assign access to different resources, and they can start using it. So here the components of IAM is that there is IAM users, IAM groups, IAM policies, and IAM roles. IAM users are just we create a user. So just like we all created a user. So when it comes to a user, guys, we need to understand that there is, so the very first time when you create a new user, that user is a root user. So that user is a root user. Root user has access to your full AWS environment. So what includes in your environment? It includes right starting from cloud configuration. So it's starting from, it has the access to your configuration, your billing in your cloud, all the billings that is happening in your cloud, the region information, the regional information, all of the AWS services within the cloud. So this root user can create all the EC2 instances or can terminate all of the EC2 instances. So this is that powerful that user is. So most of the organization, we keep that user aside. It is kept in a safe place with username and password, because you don't want somebody to play around with your environment with this full access. So in most of the places, this remains with either your IT director or maybe your top cloud architect. Probably even the cloud architect won't have access to a root user, because root user is something that is kept for that organization. Imagine not a small organization, large organization. In a large organization, how many accounts there might be? So I'll give you an example of one of the organizations, one of the projects. So it's a company of around 500 people. It's a company of around 500 employees. So this is how we know that how big is the company is. It's a financial organization, like insurance company, the companies that deal with different financial projects. So it's a company of 500 employees. They had around 340 servers, 340 servers, and and in that 340 servers environment, there were around 200 applications. 200 application. I mean, so this seems like a mid-sized company, but their infrastructure goes into 200 application. Now, 200 application environment is a large environment where you have to handle 200 applications with 340 servers, which means so let's compare that to a very small clinic or organization. Let's say a very small clinic can have 10 employees, and it can have mainly maybe two to four servers and just one application, their medical application, or maybe they might have another application for their accounting purposes, for their finance purposes, maybe a QuickBooks or maybe another application. So this is, I mean, this is a mid-size application. This is a very small organization. You can imagine that with just two applications working, the system admin headache or the cloud admin needs to make sure these two applications remains 24/7 on and working. So in order to maintain these applications, this person needs to make sure that these servers are working. And also, in order to make sure these servers are working, this person needs to make sure that infrastructure is working. So what is included in the infrastructure? Infrastructure includes servers. Infrastructure includes it includes servers. It also includes networking. So what is included in the network? The switch or the VPC and one subnet. Very small organization. So this person needs to make sure applications are working. So the main focus is on the application for all organizations, guys. These all cloud environment, they are there if these applications are working. If these applications stops working, then there is no need for any cloud, no infrastructure requirement. So this is, I mean, you need to focus, you need to look at the cloud technology, you need to focus on your job based on, on these applications. And essentially, why these applications are important? Because they hold the data of your organization. And what is in the data? Data is their employees' data, their financial data. Basically, from this data you are paying taxes, you are getting revenue and everything. So in order to protect this data, you need to make sure applications are working. In order to make sure applications are working, you need to make sure servers are working. In order to make sure servers are working, you need to make sure the infrastructure is working. And infrastructure includes the servers, the networking, and also the security, all of the security groups that we create, the users we create, the access we create, all of that is included in this. I mean, this is a very small, just 10 employee company. 10 employee company with 2 to 4 or maybe maximum 6 servers here with 2 different applications. Imagine a company with 200 applications. So these are just 2 applications. These are 200 applications. Now that involves and where you have different type of applications. So this company had CRM solution. This company has a call center as well. This company also has infrastructure services like DC, Active Directory, and all that. It has other business type of application like Skype for business and all the. So these are just 4 or 5 application I mentioned. You can imagine that there are 200 applications. So my point here explaining this is how important the root account can be. Root account has access to all this environment. So in this environment, we were around 6 architects. So 6 architects we are working in this organization. 6 architects meaning from the cloud side, from the platform side, which includes me, senior architect. So 2 senior architects on the cloud side, 2 senior architects on the network side. So 2 network architects that handles complete networking of this environment. That involves how many VPCs will be there, how many subnets are there, how many IP addressing is there, the direct connect route and the site-to-site VPN. Everything is their responsibility. These people, and then there are other 2 architects that are mainly application and database architects. So these 2 architects are responsible for mainly these applications, and we 6 work together to design, make sure that everything is designed properly and working. And other than us, there is a complete army of around 100 system admins, 100 system admins who are making sure that these everything is implemented according to how we planned, how we designed. So these 100 as around maybe 100 IT staff that includes system admin, that includes people who are working on second level and third level Active Directory, DHCP, and all those infrastructure services are handled by these people who are making sure this part that servers and infrastructure is working fine. So in that, security becomes very, very important. And security, so security, mostly security is done by your compliance department in your organization. Okay. So guys, one more time, let's try to understand our IAM users. So guys, today we are understanding security, and security is very important. When you think about security in any organization, and inshallah, I can see that all of you will be going into becoming a cloud architect. This information is very, very important for cloud architects. So focus on the main design. Whenever you're working in a small organization or a large organization, this will help your practice your brain to become think like a architect think like an architect focused I mean mindset. With an architect mindset, it will be really easy for you to understand even the cloud administration, because you're looking at it in a different perspective as compared to just a cloud admin who's responsible for maybe just creating users every day. So as a cloud admin, you will be working with creating users, creating groups, maybe change a policy, assign a policy, and then create a EC2 instance, shut down an instance, start an instance, and make sure that the environment is going good. So in that, being a cloud admin, you will have a lot of time and opportunity where you can upgrade yourself. So I would say maybe within 1 year or so, being a cloud admin, you should upgrade yourself to a cloud architect. And all you need to do is to pass the cloud architect exam, and then you can start working as an architect. As early as you can start, that will be excellent. I've seen people as being a cloud architect in their early 30s, or in late 20s as well, in late 20s. So one of my colleagues was 28 and he was a cloud architect. He is a cloud architect in 28, and he is handling Office 365, and he is doing all these stuff. It's just that where you get your which what type of role you are getting into. So if you're so that person that I'm referring to, 28, working with me as a junior architect, but junior architect, now that after 2 years he's now working as a senior architect. So I would say focus on becoming an architect in this. It is interesting technology. The more you work on this, the better it is. So, but at the same time, if you get a cloud opportunity, do not just say that, I want to become a cloud architect and I won't start working, I won't work as this junior or a senior type of stuff. No, anything in cloud, just put your, just take your step inside this cloud environment. But your end line, your focus should be becoming a cloud architect. So, I mean, just by looking at this IAM, identity and access management starts with a root account. So we create a root account, and then with the root account, we basically start working. You will have access to the complete environment. Now, how big is that environment? How big is that environment? It can be as big as this. And this is just an employer. This is just a company of 500 people with 340 servers, 200 application. What about an organization with 80,000 employees, with 8,000 servers? With 8,000 servers and 400, and let's say maybe 800 applications. So that is Rogers, and maybe Bell is a lot bigger than that. And they are moving. They're both of the companies have their 50% infrastructure gone into cloud, and now government infrastructures are going into cloud. So this user account is very, very important. With this user account, you can select all your EC2 instances and just terminate them. So everything is gone with just one click. So that's how important this user account is. Root user account, we don't use, we start creating our IAM users. So IAM users will be, so as soon as you create an IAM user, next important decision is what group it should be part of. So mainly with the groups, we need to understand there are mainly three types of groups in the cloud environment, and especially in AWS. In AWS, first of all, there is something called admin group. So first of all, there is on the top, there is root. Root has access to all the AWS services, so all AWS environment. Whereas admin is the account. Admin is the account that has access to everything equal to root, but this person they cannot access many management level services. So management level services meaning this the admin account does not have any access to billing infrastructure. Admin account does not have any role in making connection to other accounts or other organizations. So so you can have a connection between other organizations. So organizational level access this person doesn't have. So admin has all the routes. Admin can create EC2 instance. Admin can work on manage complete VCP. Admin can manage complete EC2 instance and also VCP networking environment, also the Beanstalk, the complete app services environment. Beanstalk we will be discussing. It's a full chapter. Next week we will be working on all application pass services within AWS. So admin has access to all the environment, but not the billing and organizational environment. The next level of group is called power user. The power user in AWS. Power user is a third type of user. It has access to all the AWS services, but just not the security. So it is restricted to security. So power user cannot create users. Power user admin has access to security, but power user cannot create IAM. So no access in IAM. But power user can manage everything else within the cloud. Then other than that, then there are other generic groups. So these are general, these are all general groups for backup management, monitoring, billing management, billing administrator, and all those other general groups that are specific to a service. And you can create your own custom groups as well. So I can create my own custom group and then assign access. So mainly for interview, for exam purposes, we need to remember root has the full access. There is an admin group. Remember that the account that we made, the account that we work every day is an admin account. That account, so once we log into the console, you will see that it doesn't have the billing access. You can just go to your my account properties and see that you don't have billing access unless you explicitly assign that billing access to that. So let's log in to this environment, and here I'm logged into my IAM account, and let me see that if I have access to the billing dashboard. So I have access to billing dashboard. I have access to the billing dashboard. It is because that I think I enabled that access within this. So instead of, so this is basically in the, not here. So I have to log in with the account. So remember, I think if you completed that first exercise when we created our first billing request, we enabled explicitly that this user should have access to IAM, have access to billing environment. And that access is basically can be checked in the my account. Yes, it was in the my account. So here, if we go to, so this is payment, and going down here, reserved instances. Configure security challenge. Okay, so it was here somewhere though. Security credentials, billing dashboard, services, my organizations, my account. Oh, on the root access. Sorry, you won't be able to see that here. I'll log in with the root, and then we will see that. But anyways, first create our own IAM user. Actually, before creating any user, yes, let's create a user. Let's try this here. So guys, let's create one user. Uh, Majbin asked a question if this billing alerts are paid service as it uses CloudWatch. Billing alert, I don't think so. It's not. It's alerts notification is not, or probably it might be. It might be because it's using CloudWatch, but we don't see any charges here because billing alert is not. So it depends on. It depends. Yeah, CloudWatch is basically paid service, but it depends on how many alerts we are getting. So every now and then, when it passes that budget or the value, then we will get just one email. So we'll be charged for that one notification. Just so that's why we don't see any charges within that. So if you have more and more alerts, then there will be more environments. So guys, what we are doing now is we will go into IAM and we'll create a new user and make it a power user. So we'll create one user as admin user, another user as a power user here. So this will be a quick 10 minutes exercise. So let's go to IAM. I think everybody should be able to create a user. So everyone should be able to create a user on your own. So all we need to do is to add a user. So I'm going to add a user called Dave. And with Dave, I will provide him both type of access, programmatic access and the console access. Also, I want to assign a password. And I'm going to go with a simple password, and I don't want Dave to reset the password when logging in. And permissions, so this is where we have all of these groups. So this is our own groups that we see here. So by default there are no groups available. We create our own group. So I created one group called billing admin, and then admin, and then there is S3 read only admin. So in order to restrict this user to just to, so let's say, okay, so let's first create, because I already have admin user. First we will create one admin user. So I'm gonna just make him part of admin group. So we'll create one admin user and one power user and one normal user. So all three types of users. So this user is a admin. So if you don't have this group, I think everyone has this group. And at this point, guys, at this point, you all should be able to just follow this along. I mean, on your own. This is all very logical. I just created a user, provided a name, provided a password, and then now what I'm doing is I am adding it to the administrator account. In case this is not here, you won't see this here. Just create a new group and then name that group as admin and select here this administration access. Then you'll be able to see that group. So for now, I'm just going to make him part of the administrator group, and here no need for the tags, and create a user. So user is created. Username is Dave, and remember to download this file because this file has your keys for, this is the key, secret key and the access key for your programmatic access. So I'm going to just download this file and save that. Save that as Dave so that I can remember to. So Dave, now, okay, so now this file is mostly required for the purpose of, you need to send this file to the user. So this user is created. I'm going to create another user. And in this case, I'm going to create Tina. So I'm going to create Tina with only programmatic access. So this user is a power, actually both type of access. So I'm going to create Tina with both type of programmatic access, admin and AWS management access. And the password will be our famous password, password one, and uncheck user should change password. And here I'm going to create a new group for power users so that we can see what power user is. So here, in order to see, I'm going to say this is pass power group. So power access, and here I'm going to search for power related policies here. So here you can see there are many different type of policies here, and the one that we are interested in power user access. User access provides full access to AWS services and resources, but does not allow management of users. So it does not allow any IAM control. So power user, and we create a group. So power user, pass power user, the other one is pass AWS admin. So this one, no tags and review and create. So power user is created, and I'm gonna download this file because we need this to access our Linux instance later on. And the third user, we are going to create just a normal user. So the third user will be, the third user is James with programmatic and both type of access. Password is, and for this user, I'm gonna make him uh, just read only S3 access. So read only access, or maybe just users access, just simple users access, which is right here. So Amazon Connect read only access. Okay. So this user and the key. So now we have created three users, James, Tina, and Dave. Dave is admin access. In order to log into this, I'm going to open this file for Dave. And let's say I ask Dave to log in. So all you need to do is provide him this link, and this link. So the username will be Dave, and the password is very simple. So user is logging in. So I logged in with Dave, and let's go to billing dashboard here. Okay, so here we have full access. Shouldn't have that billing access here. Hold on, let me try to go to budget. Can I create a budget? Yes, we can create a budget. I think it is assigned on admin level. So let's try to create login with power user. So I'm now signing out and log in with the power user. Power user is Tina. So in Tina's case, we go to billing dashboard. Even power user has access. I don't understand. It's too open for everyone. Okay. What about, it's a power user. So let me check IAM access. Yes, IAM, Tina, doesn't have any IAM access. So user cannot create any users, groups, and everything. So power user basically cannot do anything. So billing admins and power user cannot use billing. It's just that maybe in the beginning I've added billing somewhere that everyone has access to that billing area. So what I'm going to do is I am going to log in with the root account and see that if I can change anything. In your case, anyone is getting any restriction when you log in with the power user or admin user? Please try that, everyone. So create two users, 10-minute exercise. One user is admin access, second is power user, and third is the normal user. So as being an admin, once you have created the user, guys, let me know in the chat window. Please be more and more interactive so that we can understand this concept. Okay, so my root account. Okay, do I remember my root account?
And I'm sorry, but I can't find user in my list for some reason. Can you?
Okay, user is it's in the IAM. So it should be in IAM. I'm going to show you here.
So I'm trying to create Tina, right? And then
Right.
I created the group, and then when I type in user into the search.
Okay, so
It's
yeah, so if you're looking at the screen right here on this side, there is users. If you're in the
uh,
group, you won't. Are you on this page here?
give me 1 second. I'm just
Sure.
gonna go there.
Mm-hmm.
So I am, and then users, right? And then I go add a user because I'm trying to create a new one, right?
Right, right.
And then I put in Tina, and then I give her whatever access here, or do I not give her any access here? Like the AWS management console?
Right.
Which one do I do?
Both of them.
Both of them? Okay, and then I go, okay, let me just give her a password. Sorry.
It's okay.
Um, her to change it on the next one. Okay, so then next it asked me to create the group, which I did, which I created users.
Okay, you created users with which policy? What is the policy in front of the users?
That's the thing. I cannot attach a policy. Like it doesn't, when I put in users in the filter policy,
Okay, okay, yeah.
filter policy, users do not come up.
Right, right. So there is no such policy as users. So it can be
Oh.
just, you can just type connect. So let me type here connect, because policy is right here. So if you're looking at this screen, my screen, is this is the policy that we need to attach. Amazon Connect read only access.
Oh, okay. I was actually looking for a
Okay.
user policy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So yes, Majmin said that we have assigned a policy to admin access to allow billing permissions. Yes, in the beginning we did, and I think that's why we are able to access. But if you have not assigned it and you're an admin, just check that if you are able to get any billing information from there. So how many of you are logged into the console and creating users, guys? Just let me know in the chat window. Okay, so now that we created three users and three groups, let's jump back to the slides and see what else we need to do here. We'll come back for the role and log in with the role and make a role and work with the role as well. So for now,
So I just checked with the account, James. You are not able to see the billing.
so with James, you're not able to see the billing. James is a power user, right? Yes. Okay. Okay, good. James, what about Dave? So Dave is an admin user.
Yes, I am able to see the with Tina and Dave.
Okay. So there is in the account management. So we'll come back to that. I mean, we'll check that out. I think once I log in with the root account, we can disable that access, and there is that one access. So actually, okay, but I have to go through some more information here. I'll leave that to you for now. Maybe in next half an hour or 20 minutes, try to find out it is. So it's in the root account. I have to just find my root account and password, otherwise I would have checked it. If with the root account, you can go to account management or your security credentials, and then you can go account management. In your my account, you should be able to see billing information, and there you go and disable that billing for IAM, and nobody will be able to see. So that with that permission, everybody is able to see the billing information. So that's the thing. Okay, so for IAM users, we can create IAM groups. Then we can create IAM policy, specifies those permissions that you want to acquire. So we can, so policy is example that the one that we just created for the user. There are predefined policies. We can create our own policy as well. So policy is basically set of predefined permissions that are there that we attach it to the group. So the policies that we see is one of the policies are right here. So these are policies that are attached to the group. So this is how we make these groups, because we use the administrator access policy, power user access policy, and then Amazon S3 read-only access policy, and then we have these different policies are here. So if I go to the policies within IAM, in IAM, there are all these different type of policies that are there, so that we don't have to do we don't have to make our own we don't have to make our own set of permissions. So these are predefined set of permissions that are there that we can use for all different purposes. Let's say you just want to connect somebody with billing information. So it is there is that billing read only policy, and then there is read only admin policy. And if you want to look at the policy here, and the policy, it gives you all the rights that this will this if somebody is part of this policy, then that person can do the billing, read and write, budget, read and write, and cost and usage report, cost explorer, and all that. And then there is this, the policy is written all in JSON script. So this is so these are a set of predefined policies. You can remember that as set of groups that are already available, but groups are not. So in AWS, when we start, there are no groups available. We create our own groups. So what we have is just policies, and then we create users and groups and then policies. Now, recommendation from AWS is always create a group and then assign a policy, and then add people to the group. Do not just create a user and then assign a policy, assign permissions. So always create a group and then create a policy, because groups are easier to manage. Groups are easier to manage. There is less room for human error when you're creating a group. So groups will give you precise access that you need, and then you can add people to that. Roles are something. Role is IAM role defines the set of permission to making AWS service request, and IAM role basically assigns to applications. So roles are specially for applications here. So here, always remember the role is like, so if you're coming from an IT background, role is nothing but a service account. It's a service account that works for an application. So user, we use user accounts to log into the EC2 console. So we use user account to manage EC2, S3, and all cloud services. Whereas if you need permissions in between EC2 and S3, so this type of access where you need access from here to here, then we create a role. Now, what is the advantage of this? Guys, the advantage of this is that you don't need to provide you don't need to give a user access to that service. So for example, if I need a user to access S3, if I need user to access S3, I need to give user direct permissions to S3. Now in that case, you might not need to give him full access to S3, because S3 has number of buckets in this. We all know that you can create hundreds of buckets inside S3, and each bucket has a lot of access in there. So if you don't want to give direct access to S3, even read only access. If you don't want to give this user access to S3, what you can create a role and give access to the EC2 instance. So when you give access to EC2 instance, user who logs into EC2 instance will be able to access his bucket, and doesn't you don't have to explicitly give access to this user. So user is given just to this EC2 instance. Whoever logs into EC2 instance, they will be able to connect to S3 based on their own respective permissions. So role is always, remember, role is created between AWS services, EC2 and S3. It can be S3 and maybe VPC wherever you need it. It can be between different AWS services wherever it is required. So users, group policies, and roles. Role is always between different AWS services. So in here, this is just a screenshot that I took from documentation, that admin access. So admin access requires root account credentials and modify root account. So root account has all these different type of access where you can change, delete payment options. You have cost management console and so on. So here you have all these access. This is the IAM that where we are working in. Yes. So now we need to see account policies. Account policies is where you are setting up the account policy for your AWS cloud. So right here within the account policy, here right here within the account policy, here you will see this is the account policy. Number one, it has the complete password policy of your IAM infrastructure. So that password policy is saying that you need to enforce at least minimum 8 characters. Other than that, all these different settings are not enforced, which is, you can say that it has to be it has to have at least one capital letter, one small letter, and then require at least one number, and also that. So you can make this complex policy right here on the account level. So once it is made, it will be made for all of the users, and most of the companies will follow, have their own different type of accounts that you can apply here. So for this case, I am going to enable these 4 numbers. So capital letter, one small letter, and at least one number in there, and require at least one non-alphanumeric character with this. And also you can enable password expiration. Password expiration requires administrator reset, and person cannot reset their password. So stuff like that. So first of all, just go into account setting and enable these four settings here, right under password policy. And how do you go there? All you need to do in IAM, if you're in IAM, just go to account settings, and in account settings, you need to go to change policy. And once you change the policy, you will see that there's something like that. You can delete this policy as well. Then you have some other services here. This is security token service. Security token service basically makes sure that you have this single sign-on infrastructure. So security token, AWS recommend using the STS endpoints to reduce latency, and session token from regional STS. So essentially, this is between, so one account you can use, so all these accounts, different account, which is by default managed. You don't have to manage anything in here. This is your one account can work in all different regions. So your one account is valid for everywhere, wherever you create a security account, and we don't make any changes in this unless it is required. So you log in with one account, and wherever your permissions are, you will be able to work. Or you can make this account, this user account, or this account administration specific to one region only. Then here you have, so we created a user, then we created a group, we attached the policy. This was a quick lab. So here, few things. Root account, root user is the most powerful user, hence should be kept securely. So this is what we already discussed. The admin group have all the access except a certain management level permissions, such as billing access, organizational level changes. Power group has access to several AWS services, having comparatively as less privileges as admin user, but cannot make any IAM or security changes. And IAM is a generic user which basically explicitly uh, doesn't have any access. So IAM new user, when you create, has no access to your AWS cloud. You will start giving them access. So an IAM user starts with nothing when you create them for the first time. So if you don't make them part of any group, then it's just a user account that doesn't have any access. So in order to manage IAM users, you can manage users in IAM. You can list them. You can create users. You can create groups. You can make them make them a member of different groups. And then you can rename these. The username can be updated by using the AWS CLI. Here, only the names of the user is updated, and all the permissions and access policies to service and remains the same. So if you just rename someone, everything remains the same, just their name will be changed. You can delete also the IAM user, which is IAM account. With the help of IAM, you can delete any user, or you can disable the user access resources for the particular period. Now, in all of the organizations, we don't delete users. So if you're coming from an IT infrastructure or any infrastructure, your account is not deleted in any organization. It's always disabled. Your account is always disabled for compliance and legal reasons. All of the companies needs to keep all the employee information for at least 3 to 7 years. In banks, it is 7 years. So we don't delete any account. We disable their access so that if it is required again somewhere. So how to manage the permissions for the groups? You create a group related to your job function. Then you attach the policy of the group. So this is AWS recommendation. And number 3 is use managed policies to logically manage permissions, manage group membership to assign permissions, and you can start minimum set of permissions, grant additional permissions as necessary, restrict privilege access further with conditions, and regularly check access advisor too. So there is an access advisor that gives you some recommendation as well. Control access for specific resources. Now so these are general guidelines, but in reality, what we do in the real environment, we will create a group and then assign that group a specific access. So let's say I have a CRM application. So I will create a group for CRM admin. So CRM admin, and that group will have access to all the resources related to CRM. So what are the resources that are related to CRM? There is EC2 instances. There is maybe so there are EC2 instances, and those instances can be Windows instance, those can be Linux instance. And then other than that, there can be applications. So within applications, so application is part of Beanstalk, and then there is Lambda function, serverless computing. So next week we'll be working on that. So everything, so we create a group and assign them access to this, and then start adding new employees here. So as soon as a new employee joins in, all you need to do, make Dave part of this group and make Tina part of this group, and same goes for all your applications. So always create a group and then assign them different access for the group. Elements of IAM policy. So here, this is an element of IAM policy. We are going to create a policy shortly, but if you have already finished my S3 IAM access video, then you should be aware of the IAM policy. Policies are easier to maintain. I mean, it's easier. So you cannot write these scripts. I know we cannot write this script. I don't remember everything in these scripting, but there is a policy generator with which we can generate a policy. So shortly we can create a policy. Best practices for IAM is identity and credential management. So identity and credential management, access and permissions management, and delegate and audit these permissions regularly. So who is accessing what? And so there are alerts. Security system will automatically alert someone if somebody's in the billing environment. So if you even go into the billing environment and you're viewing the reports, this is automatically audit. So if you don't have access to something, I say less access, less responsibility. So so if you don't have access to that, if you don't have access to a certain a service, you're not responsible for that service, which is a good thing. But then if you're responsible for that service, you need to be very, very careful that how you use that service. You don't ever share your username and password with anyone. Don't ever open your console and leave the username and password to someone. This is all nowadays. This can initiate a legal war between you and the company. If you have provided your password, it's not considered as a mistake. Nowadays, it's not considered as a mistake, but it is mostly because of security purposes. This is taken very seriously, that somebody is using your password even on friendly basis, even on maybe whatever basis. So never ever share your password or the console. We all know that. So it is good habit to create individual users here. So it's saying when unique set of credentials, individual permissions, granular control, easy to revoke access, and all you need to do, create an IAM user, create individual users for others, and always configure a strong password policy. We just configured a strong password policy. Required password expiration 90 days. Requires complex password, requires password rotation policy, which is that every 30 days, user must change the password. So this is all done in the account settings. We have enabling credential rotation of the IAM user, enable access to the policy. Root account holder as well as IAM user should only regularly change their password and access keys to analyze if the password or access key is compromised without owner knowledge. And then for this, you can even set the policies, determine the duration. So this is what we just did. That password will expire in 30 days. User must change the password, and every password should be different from the previous maybe 15, 20, 24 passwords. You cannot keep the same password all the time. So we just created an IAM user. We did assign that access. So here what we did, we created a IAM user. We assigned a programmatic access. And so what we can do now is create a group to access EC2 admin access and add the user to the above group and log into the Linux machine. And we can see that how now, what's the difference between a role and access, the normal access. So to create a role, we can go into the roles management and create a role, and I'll just explain that what that is. Okay. Okay. So let's first understand two things here. So what are we trying to understand? We need to understand the difference between a role and a user access. So I'm just trying to get my whiteboard here. So here, what I need to access. So I need to IAM against a role. So in the lab, what we are going to do is we will log in, we will create a Linux instance. So everyone create one EC2 Linux instance. So Linux instance, and also create an S3 bucket. Let's create S3. Go into S3 and create 3 buckets there. So one bucket will be for finance, and one bucket will be for call center, and add at least 2 or 3 files there. So 3 files. So file number 1, 2, and 3. 3 files in finance, and in call center add 2 files. I think guys, you should be able to do that, everyone, and everyone needs to do that, please. So call center, and the third bucket is for our documents, and add like maybe 2 or 3 files in that as well. So create a folder inside documents. The folder name will be IT department, and then there will be another folder name called this is HR department. So there is a folder, and then there are some files as well. So 2 files. So we need to create a Linux instance, number 1, and then create 3 buckets in S3. And then we are going to log into the Linux instance with the user account that we just created. So we are going to use, let's say, Tina's account. And with Tina's account, we will log into the Linux instance and access S3. So once we access S3, you will see that you will need credentials, you will need access account, and you will need the secret key in order to access this infrastructure. So here, I am going to share this. Okay, guys, I've shared this. So take 10 minutes and make this infrastructure, please. And share with me a screenshot here. Guys, remember, please remember, without practical, this is a waste of time. So I would say, because I'm not getting any documentation from anyone other than just few people, and I need to make sure before the end of this training, I need to make sure that all of you have finished all of the labs that are posted. So there are around 13 or 14 video labs. You must complete them. I mean, if you don't complete them with time every week, this will be a huge burden right at the end. So again and again and again and again, people who are doing it, I'm very thankful that people are doing it. It's my responsibility that by the end, you should all be able to get everything that we have covered in this training. And the only way we can cover that is through practical. So yes, you can review the slides. You have a lot of information, you have a lot of things, guys. I would say if you become an expert, I can guarantee if you can become an expert of all of the labs that I've posted there, you will be considered as a cloud admin. So forget about the tons of knowledge that is available on the internet, anything, but the practical will give you a different edge. Practical will definitely give you a different edge. And I want you to complete all of the labs and just document the last screen. So I'm not saying each and every screen you need to document. Complete the lab and document the last screen of each of the lab and then send it to me. I need to make sure that this is done, and you should be able to do that. So it will be, I mean, I've seen that before. And what happens is right at the end, when a custom lab is given to someone, to the students, they would say, how do you create a IAM user? How do you create EC2 instance? I couldn't find the security policy there. How do I add port 80 to that? Guys, the videos are there. I mean, if you don't practice, there is no way I can. I will take just 5 seconds and show you where it can be done, but this won't help you. This will never, it will never help you. So I would say spend this 1 week. Spend this 1 week, complete all of the lab, complete the documentation, and send it to me, please. Okay. So with that, let me know in the chat window if you are able to complete this. I shared the picture and it's on the board. So I'm gonna just start creating it myself here, and it's shared on the in the WhatsApp group. So just create this. Just create Linux, and also create 3 buckets and 3 different buckets in here. By the way, how many people are present here, everyone? So just type yes in the chat window. I mean, I can see many people logged in, but
So do we have to do this from the IAM user or the root user?
IAM user.
Okay.
IAM user. So use your IAM user, please. So Ashish, Sheikh, and Atif, Noshin, Ajmal. Okay, good. Thank you. Uh, so I'm going to create this now. So first of all, quickly, so when creating Linux, we don't have to do anything special. It will be just going into the default VPC, default groups. We do need public IP address so that we can access this, and name.
Now, by just on that note, what was the thing that we need to install for the command prompt to access the Linux machine on it?
Access the Linux machine on this. What was the command line? You're talking about the
Yeah.
command line?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
So there
so
was
for
a
that,
thing.
right, just go to select the Linux machine, click connect,
Right.
and on that first page, it will give you that command line.
Okay.
Are we putting the bootstrap in there or just normal?
No, we don't. It's just a simple Linux machine.
So do we need to add anything on HR and document folder?
No, just keep them empty, please.
Okay. And do we need to allow the public access for all these 3 buckets?
Just allow the bucket access, yes. Not the
Okay.
objects, just the bucket access. Key value. So this machine is created, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create 3 buckets here as well. Going to S3, and Human, are you logged in or not? Human is logged in, but Human, you haven't said yes here. Are you working in the lab or are you at work? Okay, Mohammed, good. So one, so so Mohammed, have you? How many videos have you been through? Have you completed all the S3 videos or not?
No, I did few, but not all of them.
Okay, okay. So just try on your own. I'm just making the buckets. I'm getting there, but try on your own. Try to access S3 from your Linux instance. Let's see if you can do it on your own. It is actually in one of the videos, but let's try.
Yes,
Let's see if you can do
of
it.
that video, I think it's 14. But I don't know how to connect it with, from the computer to the bucket, because it's asking for the key.
Yes, so this is what I want you to find out, because it will take me for a few minutes before I reach there. Try your best to find that out. How do you connect it? Okay.
Okay.
Um, okay, so the buckets that I need to create. Finance call center document. So finance, I will unblock all the public access. Make sure all the buckets are available to public and nothing else is required. So bucket number 1 created, bucket number 2. Call center, unblock public, and create. So second bucket created, and I'm going to create the third bucket, which is documents. So right here it is.
Done.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just a suggestion needed that, when we going to create like 10, 15 buckets and 10, 15 VPC and EC instance, how are we going to manage the passwords and all these things? Do we need to save somewhere, or because there's going to be so many passwords?
Right. So
Any suggestion?
yeah. So what happens is that normally when we create so many things and everything, it is all attached to only one username and password. It will be your own username and password. Okay. And when you create it, when you assign these permissions to different people, then they will use their own username and password. So username and password, there is no, it's not an issue. Okay, but the issue will be with the keys. When we encrypt them, the keys, for that we use key management. So does that make does that answer your question, that if
Yeah.
that each user has their own username and password, so it doesn't matter if they're accessing 100 services?
Right. I tried that. I got that part. But again, I thought in my head was, man, it's going to be like password here, password there.
Right.
But yeah, you're
Yes.
right. But thank you.
So normally what happens is, this was a problem like 10 years back, but now it's not a problem with the service of SSO, single sign on. Single sign on service make sure if one user is logged in, everything is connected to that one user. So people doesn't have to use different password. Even so, this is just cloud service, and in cloud service you have just one user and it's cloud service. What about if that same user needs to have access to CRM and database 1 and database 2 and all that? So even that can be managed with one password. There are applications where you just have one username and password and you can access everything. Okay, so right here, I'm going to create folder called IT, and we'll understand what is server side encryption, what is client side encryption in a moment. So for now, I'm just going to create HR. And now what I'm doing is I'm adding some objects to this bucket. So I'm going to upload few files on each one of them. So adding a file. So 2 files added to this, and so going back to bucket number 1 and finance, we are going to upload few files. So I have added few files in these. So we have created 3 buckets, and with these 3 different buckets, we have some information added to that as well. So now what I'm going to do, what I'm will be going to do is, everyone, what I'm going to do, I will be logging in to the Linux instance. So this is what we are doing. We are trying to see a difference between an IAM user access against the role. So IAM user access, and this is that very important thing that we need to understand between an IAM access and the role access. Okay, it might be important for the interview, it might be important for your real environment as well. So IAM access is when we create a Linux instance and you log in with the Linux instance. So you're logging in with the EC2 user account. And then so EC2 user account is a guest account within the Linux machine. Whenever you log in, it's a guest account. Then in order to change from EC2 user to admin access, you would use a sudo command, sudo su, then it will change you to the root account. So you will be logging in as a root account. But in both type of access, it will, when you try to access the S3, when you try to access S3, so this is what we need to understand here, that how does it work? So I'm logging into the cloud, I'm logging into as a user in one of the machine EC2 instance. So this is my So this is EC2 instance. And on the other side, I have my S3. So this is S3 here. And within S3, there are folders inside. So there is folder inside, there is buckets inside. So one is called center. The other one is documents. And the third one is finance. So guys, when we log in as an IAM user, this is an IAM user that we created. And that user is, let's say this user is, so we created 3 users in the beginning, are Dave, user called Dave, Tina, and one more user, James. James is a normal user without any access. Tina is power user, so we know what power user is. And Dave is admin user. So so now that we have a clear understanding of this user, so for now, no one is logged in here. So this is an important part that we need to understand, that here, once I open this machine and once I open the console, none of these users are logged in. So guys, this is a very, very important point that we need to understand. So when we log in, when you log into this machine, this machine opens with a EC2 account, EC2.user account, which means that nobody has logged in, not even Dave, Tina, and James is on this machine. And the prompt that you get on this machine, the prompt that you get where you run these commands is being used with the guest EC2 instance account. It's none of the IAM account. So, but who has the access? So first of all, these people are in AWS. These are the people that are in AWS, and these services are in AWS as well. So which means that once you try to access any of the service, so in order to access this service, in order to list this, there is a command that is used, you can use on the Linux port command. And before the command, let's try to understand. So on one side, we have IAM users. On the other side, I have the EC2 instance and a guest account. So this is a guest account, and there is another account within the same EC2 instance that is a root account. So in order to run any command, either you can run any Linux command by saying sudo, and then you can just say ls. Ls is a command to list the directories. Whereas you can, or you can just change the user from the guest user to the root account by using the sudo su, which will change the complete access, and you will be logged in as administrator. But even when you're logged in as root admin, you still don't have any access. Now, in order to access this S3 storage, we can use any command from AWS. So within AWS CLI, which is by default installed in Linux machines. In all the Linux machine, AWS CLI is by default, it's installed. In Windows machine, it's not installed by default. So guys, this is why I'm requesting everyone to complete the labs, so that you should be able to happily, with the happy face, go through the custom lab. Because when you start the custom lab, trust me, you will have many basic questions. But if you can go through these video labs, everything will be from there, and it will make you a complete infrastructure. So once you're out of the custom lab, guys, your confidence will be sky high. Okay, if not sky high, it's not an exaggeration. I'm saying you will feel really good that you learned something out of this training. But if in the custom lab you're stuck here and there, you will be stuck. For sure, you will be stuck. But if you have completed the video labs, it will be all in the back of your mind. You know that, if I'm stuck in S3, I can watch in those videos. If I'm stuck in VPC, in networking, I can watch those videos. So for that purpose, and if you're stuck in security, you can watch the IAM videos in there. So again and again, I'm requesting, and I'm not getting any acknowledgement here in the chat that you will be doing the labs. But I know that few of you have completed the labs, and I'm very happy for that. But guys, trust me, when you're doing practical, it's quite different. So one more confusion with some of with students that I see normally. You might have a confusion. We never covered this and that and that, and why are we not going to that details, guys? I would say out of this training, out of this training, if you can become a master of everything what we have covered, you are a cloud admin. Nobody can refuse you. Nobody will be able to refuse you, because the interview questions are right from there. If you answer the right, if you give them the right short answer, just a keyword for that concept, that is it. The manager will definitely, I would accept somebody with answering 2 or 3 questions, and then I would accept that this person has worked practical on this. Okay. And excellent. Yes, Noshin said trying to catch up. Noshin, so I will mention here, Noshin sent me all the documentation. So thank you, Noshin, for that. And she did everything with all of the documentation. And I can share with you guys with Noshin's permission later on, not at the moment, because you can be, so, I mean, you need to do your own, everyone needs to do their own documentation. So, regardless of you're an expert, you're in IT for the last 20 years, and you don't need to do these basic stuff and documentation, regardless, everyone needs to complete a documentation. And it's just video labs. It's right in front of you. It's not step-by-step instructions. It's video lab where you can pause, go back, go forward. Everything is there, so as compared to just step-by-step instructions. Okay.
Idambai, if I could say something.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I just want to share some experience. So what he's saying is correct. If you guys don't practice right now, and when you go for an interview, it's going to be hard to remember all this stuff. But if you look at his diagrams and stuff, then you're going to be able to remember. Or if you have practice multiple times, you will be able to remember. He could sit here and keep talking, and you think you'll remember, but from 5 days from now, you're not going to remember what he said. The only way you're going to remember is if you do it. And you shouldn't just do it once. He's just asking you guys to do it once. You shouldn't do it once. You should do it like 10 times. And I've been doing this for a while. So I'm telling you guys, if you do it 10 times, when they ask you something in the interview, if you do it 10 times, you'll be able to answer it, and they'll know that you know your stuff. But if you just do it once, even once, if you do it, you're not going to remember, because you're going to be so nervous. It's hard. So guys, take it from him and practice.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, this is very important. This is right from the front line. This is right coming from the front line. Yes, in the interview you will be nervous. You will write. Sometimes you will forget everything, but the practical you will always remember. So everything. So all I'm saying is do it once following the video, then do it again by taking, and during the video take notes, and then close the video and do it on your own. So at least 3 times. I'm just asking for 3 times. Yes, you need to do it more times, but at least 3 times. Once by following the video, once a second time just by looking few things in the video, and the third time on your own, and make a diagram and make it on your own. Excellent. So everyone, what we need to do, what are we trying to understand, guys? This is a very important difference that we need to understand, and this is very important for the real environment. So this is why I'm taking time on this. For this, you need to have a clear understanding between IAM access and AWS access. So IAM access is basically where you have users. When you log into the instance, it is a guest account and the root account, and whereas so in order to access this S3 storage from EC2 instance, we need AWS CLI. So you do need AWS CLI. AWS CLI is by default installed on Linux machine, but if you have a Windows machine, you would need to install AWS CLI and then run AWS commands. So in order to access this S3 here, all you need to type is to run a command called AWS S3 ls. So AWS S3 ls is saying that it's an AWS CLI command. Number two, you're trying to run a S3 command, and ls simply means that you need to list all of everything that is in S3. So all the buckets that are in S3. So as soon as you run this command, guys, what happens is that at this point, since you're not logged into AWS, this will give you an error message. This will give you an error message, and error message will be that you need to log into AWS. So in order to log into AWS from here, you need to use one of these users credentials. So what are the user credentials? So in order to configure the credentials, now till this, everyone is able to understand that since you're logged into Linux instance with a guest user access, and then you're running this command, it's giving you an error message that you need AWS account. So that makes sense because you're not logged in with AWS account. So in that, we will use James account, and here we will run a command in this. So first command that we need to run is this, and the second command that we need to run is AWS config. AWS configure.
So Anand bhai, you on the video you did on through the Windows machine, like through your own computer to connect to the S3.
Yes, it can be done through Windows as well. And I think I did it from Linux as well, one of the other videos.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fine. I mean, here, all you need to type is, so the second command that we'll be running is AWS configure. And it is here where you need to use your access key. And today, Ajmal is very, very quiet. What happened, Ajmal? Are you not here? Is this your bot sitting here in front instead of you? Or what's happening, Ajmal?
I need a break.
Oh, wow. That was really low voice. Okay.
I
Okay.
need a cup of tea.
You're sitting at home, man. It's not the class. I mean, you don't have to go anywhere. Just shout and request, bring me a tea, or and then they're gonna return. Make it yourself.
I have to make a tea. Don't bring
Okay. You have to make a tea, and you don't.
in 10
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. So everyone, so these are the commands that we need to run. So these are the commands that we need. So first of all, do we understand we all understand that when you log in, basically, and the confusion, guys, the confusion that I wanted to make it clear is, so I wanted to make this clear from here that when you log in, you're not logged into AWS environment. You're logging into just this machine. And when you're trying to access any service, you need those credentials to log in. And later on, we will be installing Active Directory on Windows so that you can log in directly into AWS and use these services. So first lesson from this complete slide, if you're able to understand, is that when we log in, we're not logging into AWS. We are just logging into this machine. Then we use our credentials to log in with this second command and then access the service. Okay, so now let's see that. So all I need to do is to go to my Linux instance. So I'm going to go to EC2, and with EC2, I can go to the Linux instance and click connect. So once I say connect, and let me make it small. So I am going to connect to this. I'm going to use this. I can use this on my, so we all do understand what this is, right? So here directly, you can open a session here. within this, if I go with this option, I can directly connect. Or if you want to connect it from your own, if your own command prompt, then all I need to do is to go here and open a command prompt. And within the command prompt, all I need to do is to run this command. Is run this command. So I'm going to copy this command. So this is why this command is right here. So you can run it directly on your command prompt, providing there are two things that you need to make sure when you're running this command. Number one, the key should be here on the same in this folder, number one. And number two is that you have AWS CLI installed. So without AWS CLI, this won't work. And what is AWS CLI, guys? AWS CLI is AWS command line interface that you can download it directly from the AWS site, download that, and then it will, you can run the SSH and all these commands. So I'm just gonna enter this, and I am connected. So it's saying that do you want to connect? And yes, and here I should be able to connect. So if I get this prompt, this is known as a prompt, and I am connected, and here it's giving me the user account as well. So just like yesterday. Or the other way around is that I can go directly here and I can open directly on this. So it will open this from here. Now, at this point, guys, I want you to, I mean, at this point in your brain, your mind map should tell you that, you know, there is a default VPC connected. With the default VPC, there is a default subnet connected. With a default subnet, your EC2 instance is sitting inside that default subnet. And there is internet gateway that is letting us connect to this machine. So that all is default going into VCP. So at this point, you should remember that as well. So here now I am logged in. So I'm logged into this machine in two sessions. Number one session is here from directly my computer, and the second one is right here where, I mean, right from the session that is provided from AWS. So this is, I'm connected. Now, in order to access, so in here, the user that I'm logged in is the user of Linux machine. It's not a user of, AWS services or AWS account. So now in order to access S3, the command line is AWS S3 and ls. Now, if I don't write ls, if I don't write here, if I don't use AWS, then ls is a simple Linux command that shows that how many folders are there. If there are any folders in this, at this point where I am, then it would show me those folders. So for example, so if I, so there is a folder inside that's a hidden folder. So as soon as I type ls/var, var is a folder inside this that I cannot see. So, I mean, why am I saying it's hidden? Because when I say ls, I can't see anything. So it's one of the hidden system folder. This is why it's not seen. But if you, but I remember the path, it is like ls slash var, and then inside var there are all these different files and folders inside. So ls is just a command to list the folders. Yes, Ashish, you may ask a question.
So it's asking me, so I'm logged in from SSH, and it's actually asking me for an Amazon Access Key ID.
Exactly. This is where I'm going now. This is where I'm
Okay.
going now. Just
Okay.
give me a few minutes here.
Okay. Sorry.
So no, that's fine. So I want you to see that error message. Everyone, I want you to see that error message, that why is it giving you that error message? So we need to have that clear understanding. So now that we do know what is ls, ls is just to list the files and folders within the wherever you're logged in. So if I say, if I need to see the files and folder of S3, then all I need to do is AWS, S3, and ls. So now this command should make sense that this is a AWS CLI command, and you're trying to list everything in S3 service, and you're typing this. Now at this point, it is saying, it is exactly the same point that we were discussing here, that at this point it's saying that you're logged in with the guest account, you don't have AWS credentials. So these credentials are not here. So in order to configure, in order to log into the AWS service right here from here, and where is that? So from here, So in order to log in now, since we are logged in with the domain, with the guest account, all we need to do is to type a command called AWS configure. Now, AWS configure will let us log in so AWS configure is now, so this is the way that we are logging in. It's exactly the way, I mean, you can think of this command as that you're logging into a Windows machine. In Windows machine, what happens is as soon as the Windows machine opens, it will ask you username and password. But instead in here, it's just asking for the access key, and it will ask you for the secret key. Now, where do you get that access key? This is the access key. Remember that we made when we make this, when we got downloaded this Excel sheet. So we when downloaded that Excel sheet, we have that access key and we have that secret key. So all I need to do from that Excel sheet, you can just copy the access key from here and paste it. So right click. So it's just taking time. It will paste the access key. Okay, I'm going to try that again. Okay. So I'm going to try.
You just right click on it actually.
Yeah, I do. I am right clicking it, but it's not copying. So I'm going to use my own session right from my machine. So there will be more. It's exactly the same thing. It's just that sometimes this Linux instant copy paste doesn't work properly. Not all the time, but in my videos, I did connect it from there. So that's why I am logged in from my own machine. So now here I'm going to say AWS configure, and then take the access key, paste. So the access key is pasted. And now I'm going to take the secret key. So, and it is pasted. All you need to do now, you need to type the region name. So region name, you get it from directly from the where the S3 buckets are. So I'm going to go to S3 bucket. And within S3 bucket, it's sitting in this region right here. You can see that here, and also you can find that here as well. So all I need to do is to copy this, or I can just type it, US East -01. So just paste, enter, and the last one, the output format is, so no need to do output format, but here now you're logged in. So we are logged in. Once you're logged in, now if you try to run the command.
And I'm really sorry to interrupt. So I
Yes, please
didn't
go ahead.
save the key essentially, while I was supposed to, I didn't. But
Okay.
is there a way to actually go get the key?
Yes. So yeah. So I'll show you how this can be. So once if you haven't saved the key, if you haven't downloaded this document, then the key is gone. This document is only provided for the first time. You need to create a new key for this. So this can happen with anyone. So if you haven't downloaded this, so this key will be gone. All you need to do is go back to IAM services. So I'm going to go to IAM service. So I have EC2 tab open. I have S3 and IAM. So what would you do if the key is lost? If the user comes back to you, I lost my key. I lost that Excel sheet and I don't have it. Please provide me the key. So the key is, you cannot provide that key because you don't know the key. It's exactly like the password. So the password once gone in Active Directory, you don't know that password. So the key, that's why the key is only provided the first time. So in order to provide that key again, all you need to do, go to the user. So let's say Dave is that user, go to security credentials. And from here, this was the key, but you can see the access key, but you won't see the secret key. And without secret key is the password, it won't work. So all you need to do is to delete that key or create a new key. When you create a new key, then you can download that again file, and from there you can use that access key and password. So this is how you do it. So for each user, you can create two keys. I cannot create a third key. You'll have to delete one of the keys from here. So since I'm logged in with Dave, so I'm going to deactivate this other key that I'm not using, and delete this key. So when you lose your key, for that you need to create another key. So once you create that key, you can use that key. Now going back to our example, guys, I'm able to access all my buckets here. So I am able to access. So this is one way of logging in, but in here the problem is that your security credentials are saved on your Linux machine. So there is a problem with this. First of all, you are able to access this. Why you are able to access this? Because you're logged into the Linux instance, then it wants you to log in. So you said AWS configure, and it asks you for the access key and the secret key. You provided that, and you logged in. Once you log in, you can run any S3 command. You can run all the S3 commands. So for example, if you want to see how many commands are there in S3, you can just type this AWS S3 help, and it will give you all the commands that are available in S3. So it will give you that you can create folder, you can delete folder, you can copy folder. Right here it says this is for copying, this is moving, this is removing, and you can use all these commands. And also there are help available at the end as well. You can use these examples where you can copy this example, and then you can use this example as a command. So right here you can see that in order to copy something, you can say AWS S3 CP and the source folder, destination folder. Then you can say recursive, exclude this, and you want to exclude these. So these commands are right here. All you need to do is to copy this command, and then you can change this and use it. So you don't need to remember the command. The only thing you need to do is to know how to get the help of each command. So if I need to delete something, if I need to create anything, I can just do it right from here. So in order to exit from here, you just press Q. So when you press Q, you're out of the help. So this is how we can get the help. Now, the problem with this situation, okay, so about the help, how we can get the helps is the command is right here. You can just say AWS S3. If it is for S3, you can type S3, or let's say if I want to get a command for EC2. Help for EC2, all you need to do is say AWS EC2 and help, and it will give you all the related S3 commands right here. So you can go down, you can go to the examples, and you can look at it in this way.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question on this one, but I'm not going to waste your time because a lot of people know about the shell. Is the commands for Linux and Windows are different, I believe?
Commands for Linux and Windows are different. Yes, they are different. And Windows, mostly we don't use commands. So in Windows, PowerShell is used, but it's not used that much. Why? Because everyone is, so in Windows Server, it's just like your own laptop. So you just go through everything in the control panel, settings, accessing. So all that it can be. But in Linux, it's all the Linux commands that are used.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I was struggling with the shell. So I've got some videos on YouTube to learn, but is there anything you suggest that I can watch a couple of videos that you might think and learn faster?
So yes. So in order to do that, it's a very important question for everyone, guys. I mean, how can you become an expert of a command line? Because there are thousands and thousands of commands. But how do you learn this technology, and how do you learn it fast? So I would say this is how I learned it, and the way I learned it: focus on one task. Focus on a task. So, for example, here the task is that you need to connect to AWS. So now this command you won't forget. So likewise, try to use Linux machine and try to complete task one after another, and you will be able to remember that. Otherwise, I mean, if you look at the bigger picture, it will be difficult to catch up. It will be difficult to, because when you look at the bigger picture, yes, you do need to. So for me, I would say you just need to run these need to know the basic commands. Plus, you need to get the help. How do you get the help for this? So if you know these two things, and then you start doing tasks on this, then you will remember it in that manner. Otherwise, I can also share with you a few YouTube videos that are really helpful.
That will be great.
Okay.
But also,
yes,
from here on, how much work we have to do from here on at this point?
At this point on the screen, or at this point in the training?
On the screen.
On the screen. Yes, on the screen. That's it. So this is what I wanted to show you, that here we logged in and we are accessing this. Now there is a problem that we need to understand, and we need to fix it. The problem here is that the credentials that we use, these credentials, so this is a username and password. Consider access key as a username and secret access as a password. This username and password is stored in this machine. So in this computer, these username and password is stored. Why? Because you have stored them, and anybody who has access to this Linux machine will be able to see your username and password. And it means that since Dave has full access, anybody can use his access key and secret key to do anything in this environment: delete the bucket, remove a bucket, and everything. Okay, Ajmal is saying that he got an error message on this, and when he run this command, getting this error message, and your error message when calling list bucket. So signature calculated. So most probably your bucket are not public. So just make sure that your buckets are public. So remember that when you go to the bucket and enable public access. So just enable. You don't need to enable public access on all your objects. All you need to do is just connect them from there. Could not connect to endpoint. URL is this. Majmin, are you getting this error message, or is this I mean, where are you getting this from on your? So maybe if you can share your screenshot in WhatsApp, so that will be. So this is why we need to just provide admin access. Sorry, public access in the beginning when we use it.
So I was getting the same error message Mahjabin was getting. So you just have to put the right region. Just make sure you are in the right region.
Excellent, excellent. Very good, very good. Thank you for that. So yeah, so right region, which is right here, this part. So just type the right region here and it will work fine. Okay, so guys, the problem here is that in this, there is a folder called AWS. So there is a hidden folder in this. So guys, what is the problem? The problem, let me explain that problem a bit here. And it's a very important part of IAM. So now the problem is that if I go back here, so now that we are logged in, so we are logged into EC2, we used our access key, and we use our secret key, both of them, and we are logged in, and we can take them as username and password. So once we are logged in here, the credentials are saved inside inside this Linux machine. So inside the Linux machine, there is a folder called AWS, and this folder was made when we ran this command. When we ran the command AWS configure, what it did, it went into this EC2 instance, and in this folder it saved both keys. So both of these keys are access key and the secret key are both saved here. Now the problem is, for now you're logged in, tomorrow somebody else log in into this machine and will go to this folder and can find access key and can use your access key and delete everything, all the folder. It will be all on you. So this is why AWS doesn't recommend to run this command. But if you don't have the permission, this is the only way to connect to the S3 to your S3 service. So within the S3 service, you have all these different buckets. Remember that we created finance bucket, we also created documents bucket, we also created call center bucket, and all the buckets. And without doing this credential check, without doing this login, you won't be able to access anything. And but the downside is that when you run this command, the credentials are saved here. Now, first of all, I'll show you where the credentials are, and then I'll show you what is how do you protect this. So first of all, let's go back in here, and so in here we need to run one command called ls. So this is the command on your screen. Just type ls-aws. ls space dot aws. Space dot aws is a hidden folder, and inside this folder there is another other folder called credentials. And in the credentials, so actually this is a file. In this file your access key is stored. So I'm going to go into that folder. Now, in order to go into that folder, let me just make some more room here. In order to go into the folder, all you need to do is type cd .aws. Once I do, I am in this folder, and I can see what is in the folder. In the folder, I have two files. One is config, the other one is credentials. So in order to see that file, I can run this. So if I view this file, so cat is that command to just to view what is in the file. So in that file, I can see that my access key and secret key is stored inside. So that is a problem, that it is stored for good. Now, if you need to, so normally when you log in and when you have to do it in this manner, then probably once you are complete with your task, you've seen, you did whatever you want in the bucket, then go and delete this folder. So all you need to do is delete .aws folder. This will delete the credential. But if you don't delete the credentials, then your credentials are saved here in a clear text file, and anyone next time who logs into this, they can use your credentials and use them. Okay, so so this is a problem. Now, how do you fix this problem? Guys, in order to fix the problem, we use roles service. So all you need to do is we create, instead of using the credentials, what we create a role between EC2 and S3. So we will we will go to IAM, and within IAM we'll create a role. So just like I said, that role is used between two services. So I will create a role. As soon as I create a role, it will ask me two questions. So from where do you want to connect to, and what type of access do you need? So when I create this role, I will select S3 service, EC2 service, and then I will provide all S3 access. So S3 access. So this will be an access between these two. And then, so first step is create a role. And second step is attach this role to the EC2 instance. Attach the role to EC2 instance. Okay, so attach the role to EC2 instance. So once you attach the role to this EC2 instance, then you won't have to log in to this, and you will. So whenever you log in, you will have access. You will have read-only access to S3 instance in this case. So this is what we need to do. So what are we trying to learn here, everyone? We are learning a difference between an EC2 IAM access and a role access. So now I'm about to create a role. So let's say if I go back here, and in this, first of all, I will delete this file. So I will delete the file from here. Actually, I don't need to delete the file. What I'll do is, so we'll keep it here because we need to see the changes. Um, I can log in with another account. So quickly, I'll take just 2 minutes here and create another EC2 instance in the meantime. Just a simple Linux instance. So nothing. So just a very simple instance. I'm just gonna go review and launch because I don't need anything special on this. It's just a simple instance and launch. I'm gonna use the same key that I use for all my services. So that key is sitting in that group. So this is launching that instance. Okay, so this will take few minutes. So now guys, what we need to do, I need to create a role while this is setting up. So all you need to do in order to create a role, so guys, we do understand that why we are creating the role, because we don't want to use our credentials next time when we log into an EC2 instance and need to access S3. So for that, I need to create a role and then attach it to EC2 instance. So all I need to do is go to IAM. So I'm going into IAM here and going into roles. And in the role, I have few roles here. Actually, these are, I think, previous roles that are used for. So these are automatic roles that were created. So this was the role that was created between S3 role bucket. So maybe for another lab here, all I need to do is to create a new role. When you create a role here, it says AWS service role, and it knows that the most commonly used role is the EC2 instance. So allow EC2 instance to call AWS service on your behalf. So here I will select EC2. So I just went to role and then selected EC2 everyone. I will give you 1 minute to just to come to the screen, so that maybe it's a very quick exercise where you need to go to IAM and then click on the role. One more time, I'm just going to go back here. So you just need to go to IAM, everyone, and we need to go to roles. So everyone go to role, quick 10 seconds wait so that everyone can come here, go to role. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, so guys, I'm just encouraging everyone to just do this with me, guys. When we do practical one more time, you will never forget it. So practical, just go to roles. And then in the role, all you need to do, just create role here. So within the role, all you need to do is select EC2 here. And don't worry about Lambda. Don't worry about these other services. Next week, we'll be working on Lambda. We'll be working on Beanstalk as well. The app services, the PaaS services, it's very, very important. So EC2, and then go to next permissions. So what type of permissions do we need here? So it's saying that create a policy. So I can create a policy or I can attach it to any policy here. So in this case, I want to So in this case, yes, Ashish will go for a break after this exercise. So I just want to connect it to S3. So I'll just type S3 here. And with S3, when you're looking for a policy and you're looking at S3, you can look here, Amazon full access, or you can have read-only access, whatever type of access. If you create this role with full access, so that means anyone who is logged into that instance will have full access to the bucket. But I don't want to give full access. I just want to give them read-only access. So whoever logs into the EC2 instance, it's just a read-only access, or it can be a granular access as well, just a post access, outpost access, and then you can, or you can create your own policy as well. So for now, I'm just going to go with read-only access.
What does the outpost access mean?
Well, our outpost access, actually, there are so many types of access. We just need to go look at this here. What type of access it is? It's just saying provide full access to Amazon S3 on outpost via AWS console. And here, so that access has list task, list locations, describe task, describe location. So this is type of access. And other than that, from here, you can have so many list outposts as well. So mostly, I think this is in regards to when you are doing the application development and you need to post something inside the bucket, so that type of access. So, so likewise, you have many different types of access here. Whenever you need to use an access, you have to go, because there are hundreds and hundreds of them. And this is what we do in the real environment. Just have a look at the help file, and maybe this is what you need to accomplish with this task. Okay. So what I need to do is I just need read-only access in this. So read-only access, I don't need to go to the help. It's just obvious that what type of access is this. And all I need to do is go to tag, no need for a tag, and review. I need to give this name. So here pass EC2 to S3 access, and that's it. So here review, create role. So once we created a role, so all I need to do, attach this role here with this. So I created that role, and that actually role is right here. And so that's done. Within the role, you don't have to do anything. The next thing is attach this to the EC2 instance. So I'm going to go back to the EC2 instance. And this is the EC2 instance that we were working on. Actually, this EC2 instance is where we logged in. So the second EC2 instance, I'm going to attach this to this instance. So here, all I need to do, select this, go to actions. And I think this is in instance settings. There should be attach IAM role. So it's right here, attach IAM role. So you can go to EC2 instance. Once the role is created, in the role, it was very simple. All you need to do, create a role, select EC2, and then select the policy, S3 read-only policy. And all you need to do next is go to the instance, go to instance setting, and attach this role right here. So once you attach this role, and here
I don't have that coming up actually.
Okay, you don't have that coming up, and
No.
So instance is working, instance is running.
Yeah, instances were pretty much, yeah, it's good to
And
go.
you've selected the instance. You've
Yes.
Okay,
No, I
you've
have
selected.
the same issue, but I think it's in security. It says modify IAM role. Yeah. So if you go to security, and it will give you an option for modify IAM role, and you can select it from there.
So you're saying security on security below here in the tab here, where
No, right
where
there,
you
the same place, but you have to select the security.
Okay, I don't have that security.
Yeah, you have a different kind of layout.
Okay, so we have a different kind of layout. That's really
What was
strange.
it under security again? Under security details, or?
Yeah, you go to the action and then go to security and then modify IAM role. And then
I don't even see that. That's weird.
Waited.
So security details. I see security, security details, security groups, inbound rules, and outbound rules. Am I in the right place or?
Okay, just a second, just a second. I'll let you share your screen so that we can see that. So I've added that role and you can share your screen. Okay, so right. So we have instance settings, and within instance settings, what do you have under instance settings? I mean, if you scroll down,
Right here.
no, when you scroll down right here. So go back. Yes, go to instance settings, and here. Okay, and go to security. Yeah, right there.
Oh,
Modify
right there.
IAM role.
Oh, true.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And here you can select the role. Excellent. You just selected that
Perfect.
role and enabled. Okay, that's
Perfect.
great. Good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. So I'll share my screen now. Okay, so now the role is attached and all I need to do is to log into that instance. So I'm gonna log in to that instance and see that now if we can run AWS command without using the credentials. So all we need to do is to connect to that instance. I'm gonna connect, and again, I can connect through my machine or we can connect through PuTTY client as well. So there are few different ways how you connect to these different machines here. So connected, and so now you can see that in that other machine, we don't have credentials. We never logged in, but we are still able to see the folders. So as opposed to on a machine where, remember that the first time when we started with this, it gave us that error message right here in that other screen, that when we try to access this, it gave us that error message saying that you need the credentials. You need AWS credentials. For that, we need to, we ran AWS configure command and we used access key, and then we were able to see the buckets here. But in here, we never use the AWS configure command and we can still see the buckets. It is because of the role service. So that's the difference between EC2 IAM access role, which is this one, where you had to use your credentials that are saved on that Linux instance, and the difference between the role we selected, we created a role, we attached to the instance. Now whoever logs in here, they will be able to read, they will be able to see the bucket, but they won't be able to do anything in the bucket. Okay, so guys, let's with this, let's take a 10 minutes break, and right after the break we will continue. We still have to cover two very important topics, and that is number one, KMS, and number two, Active Directory.
And I'm wondering, is there a place where we can get like all these Linux commands and all that stuff, like a complete list?
Yeah. So there are many places like that. So so you can search for AWS most commonly used Linux commands. Most commonly used. I mean, you don't have to. There are hundreds and hundreds of them. So we can say. Most commonly, top 20 basic Linux commands should know. So there are these lot of resources. So curl command, sudo command, password command, ls, the most common command, cat, the one that I just used to view the file, grep command, so IP address, history command, move, remove. So these are the commands. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty common with just the regular Linux commands, right? Not that much different.
These are regular Linux commands. These are not just AWS. These are
Yeah,
Linux
yeah.
commands.
I was just seeing. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Majpin is asking a question. How about if you want, if we want them to do it, like add documents? Yes. For that, if they need, if you want them to make the changes, then we need to add that policy, create a new role and policy of S3 admin access, and then attach it to the EC2 instance. Then they'll be able to access the EC2 instance and they'll be able to make the changes in the bucket. Okay, everyone. And yeah, let's take our freshen up break and try to just move around. And right after that, there are two more exciting, there are two more interesting topics that we need to go through. And then we'll call it a night afterwards. So another question from Edwin is, and they won't use the key. Yes, in this case, a key is not used. Why key is not used? Because the files are not encrypted. It's just a simple bucket. It's just a simple files and folders. Once we encrypt them, then the key is required. At the moment, key is not. Okay, so you're referring to, sorry, the access key and secret key. Yes, that access key and secret key is not required. Why? Because now EC2 instance has a direct access to the bucket. So whoever logs in now, who can log in? People with access can only log into who are in the environment, who are admin. They can log in, but here they just need to directly access the S3 bucket. And we can also restrict that. Now, for now, we use just a read-only S3 admin access. We can restrict it to granular level that the person can only see one file in that bucket. So you can do that all with the policies. So it's not that open, even with this. Okay, everyone, and let's take a 10 minutes break.
Adnan Bhai, I'm sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
I don't know why, but I'm not able to connect to my Linux servers for some reason. I did do a lab earlier. I don't know, maybe I did something.
No, it's okay. You want to share your screen and see that if we can troubleshoot?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so try to connect to your Linux machine, please.
So I was going through here and it does try to open it up and this is all it does. And then it just times out after this.
Okay, so if it times out, it means, are you connecting to your own VPC or the default VPC?
Oh, okay. That's probably my own. I think so.
Okay, okay.
I think
so
so. I
that's
could
an issue.
check.
Yeah, so we can fix that. We can add an internet gateway and a route table, and then you'll be able to connect. Otherwise, you can just change this VPC as well. So if you want to look at it, yeah. So just go down. And you should be able to see the networking. So go up. So right here, where it says subnet ID. So subnet ID is this. And on the other side, there is default VPC. So it's connected to a default VPC, but maybe this is your own subnet.
I don't know what I did.
Okay, no issues. So probably create another VM. Create another.
Okay. Yeah, so I did this. It's doing the same thing. So
It's
I don't
doing the
know.
same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think you removed yesterday. Maybe you removed the internet gateway to this. So go to the VPC, please. Probably the default internet gateway is removed. So there is a VPC. Yeah. So just go to this VPC. And so on the left side, there is internet gateway.
Okay.
Yeah, no internet gateway. You close down your internet to your AWS cloud.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. So just create a new internet gateway.
Okay. All right. I could do this. Thank you.
But hold on. You also need to add the routing as well. You know how to add the routing, or do you want
Um,
any help with that?
sure.
Okay. Just a second. Just a second. I'm requesting remote access, and I'll just do it quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So I am going to create the internet gateway, and internet gateway is created, and I'm gonna attach that to the default VPC. So it is attached. And the second thing, I need to go to the routing table. Most probably the routing table has the route, but we just need to make sure. So it has the route to internet. So this last one here, it
Mm.
says that it is connected. So most probably should be able to do that. And let's quickly try one of your EC2 instances. And EC2 instance. So let's try this. Connect. Is it opening in your other screen or
No, it's just blank.
I don't see that here on the screen.
This is it. Just a black screen, right?
Oh, we don't. So you're just sharing your browser. That's why we won't be able. So it's not connecting.
No, I still didn't connect. How do I?
Okay, so it should connect now because we have everything ready. It's just slow, maybe, probably.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. If it
Okay,
doesn't connect, then
okay,
I'll let you
sure.
know.
Let me know.
Okay, take your break.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Ananda, are you there?
He's on tea break.
Okay.
I think he's having tea or coffee that Ajmal made. He's talking about it earlier.
I think so too, because I wanted some. He'd never offered.
No, Ajmal Bhai is great. He makes things happen.
I usually just keep one piece of dark chocolate.
Now that's being mean to yourself. I hate dark chocolate.
Okay, welcome back after the break, everyone, and let's begin. So, just before the break, we were working with IAM, user access, and the role. So we've seen that we can create a role and attach to AWS services. So now this role is between EC2 and S3. Likewise, there are other services that can be used in the same manner. Now, so KMS. So KMS, what is a key management service? Key management service is exactly, key management service is a service that keeps the keys inside, keys to different AWS services in one place so that they can be used right from the KMS system. KMS system is a service inside, it's a cloud service inside inside here within AWS console. So in order to access KMS, all you need to do is to go to the services and you can type here KMS, and this is key management service. Once you are in key management service, here you can have different type of keys available. So you have AWS managed keys, you have managed customer managed keys, and you have custom managed keys. So for now, if you look at AWS managed keys, there are some keys available by default that we cannot change, we cannot delete. This is automatically managed KMS keys, and the more and more services we use, the more and more keys are stored in this. So these AWS managed keys, we don't delete them, we don't change them. These are automatically managed. But what we can manage is the customer keys here. Now, before we can understand, before we can go and create that key, we need to understand the concept of key management system. So here KMS is managed encryption service that enables user to easily encrypt or user data. It creates keys with unique alias and description, allows you to import your own keys, define which IAM user and roles can manage these keys, define which IAM user and roles can manage, encrypt or decrypt the keys. So keys are there to encrypt or decrypt the information. So let's understand that from a simple example, and I'm going to go to a simple example. Let me quickly show you what is encryption. So the encryption is basically, so I got these pictures from the internet, but this is, I think this is the most simplest way to understand this. Encryption is you have a plain text file, and plain text file, you need to encrypt that so that other people cannot read that. Once you are either saving it on your USB drive or your disk or anywhere on the internet, you just want to encrypt that file. It's just a plain text file. Once you encrypt, the encryption will be, so there will be some encryption, there will be some software that will encrypt that file using the encryption algorithm. So it can be any type of algorithm. There are many types of algorithm these files follow. We don't need to go into that. What is the algorithm? How do you, what type of algorithm would provide what type of encryption? We don't need to go into that because those algorithms are already written, and they are available from Windows, from Linux, from all these system, even from all the cloud providers. So essentially here, what we need to understand that whenever a plain text file is encrypted, there is a key attached to that. And when you need to decrypt the file in order to open that again, you will need that key. So that encryption key is that key that will decrypt the file. So when you encrypt a file, it will be plain text will show you Bob 1234. When it is encrypted, it would just show this different type of information that is not the real information. Now, in encryption, there are two types of encryption: client-side encryption and server-side encryption. So now that we understand what is encryption, encryption is just that you won't be able to read the file and it's all encrypted. So client-side encryption is when your application runs on EC2 instance or on-prem, it is encrypted. So it is encrypted on the client machine, you encrypt it, and then you upload it inside your S3. So for example, if I encrypt the file on my Windows machine, and then I upload that encrypted file, that is known as client-side encryption. So I encrypted the file on my laptop and I uploaded the file. Now on the other side, there is server-side encryption. Server-side encryption is that you upload a normal text document within S3, and there you encrypt the file. So most of the time we use server-side encryption. So in server-side encryption is your file is sitting in the bucket, and you right-click on the file and you encrypt it in the bucket. So we will encrypt one of the files. In the difference between client-side, here you need to maintain your own keys because you encrypt that on your own machine, and you will need to send that key to that person, whoever needs to open that file next time. But the server-side encryption is that since it is a AWS used key where you and it is stored in the KMS system, then it is better to use server-side encryption. Server-side encryption, it is encrypted in cloud. Client-side encryption, it was encrypted in your machine, and then you uploaded the file. Now, managing the key yourself. So key needs to be key needs to be rotate. So key needs to be rotated periodically. Managing is making it harder to obtain the key for intruders. So which means that you need to keep on changing the key again and again, maybe in 1 month, 2 months, decrypt and recrypt it with another key and then another key. So it's just like a password. You're just, I mean, instead of just the difference between a password and an encryption key, that it's a complete file. It's a complete file that is encrypted password. It's just a key phrase that we use to open or log in to somewhere. So key is you need to rotate the key periodically. Now envelope, there is something called envelope encryption. What is envelope encryption is that where we get the key, the first key, and then that key is converted into another master key so that the main key is not available whenever you need to have that key. So this key is basically this key that we see is the key that encrypted the file. So if I go back here, this is my main key that encrypted the file. So envelope encryption is that I need to convert this key into another key and then keep that key into in a safe location. So which means that whoever needs to access decrypt the file, they would first need to use a master key. Then master key will decrypt the encryption, the main key, and then you will be able to open the file. So now, so this can be a tedious process in when you need to encrypt that key again into a master key, and that master key will be encrypted into another key, and that key will be encrypted into another key, just to make it safe, because it is a top secret information and you want to have it secured, placed in a secure location. So that will be, I mean, if you need to decrypt that file, you need to do that reverse process again. That master key will be converted into the second key, then second key will be converted into the first key, and then the main key is available. Then you will be able to run the encryption and decrypt the file. So this can be a tedious process in order to, but this is important for, so whoever has the key, they will be able to open the document. But if this key is say is converted into 2 or 3 different keys, then it will be difficult for intruders or hackers to decrypt the file. So in order to have this type of encryption, we use key management system. So in an environment where you have many keys and many documents to open, and different users keep their different keys, so in that it becomes very difficult. You need to keys need to be rotated periodically, making it harder to obtain the key for intruder, and track and log your keys usage and detect anomalies. So same thing, one key is converted into second key and the third key and the fourth key, and then there are many users, they have different keys. So you as an admin, it will be very difficult for an admin if for example user comes back to you saying that I lost my key. If they lost their key, the document is useless. Nobody will be able to open an encrypted file without the key. So that if the key, if it is also said that if you encrypt your USB drive at home and you lost the key, then nobody will be able to open that encrypted disk, not even any software. There is no software available that can decrypt encrypted disk anywhere. So this is in the real life. So same goes for any type of encryption in the cloud as well. So in order to manage all this, AWS provides something called KMS, which is key management system. It is fully managed system, centralized key management, integration with AWS service, built-in auditing, and secure and compliant. So these are the features that key management system provides. So first of all, we understood the problem. The problem is, first of all, we understood the need of encryption. And the need of encryption is it's very important for documents to be encrypted and kept in a safe location. So not all documents are secret documents, but there are many documents like contracts between different organizations where there are finances involved and it's very important for the competitors, for the clients, for the customers, that nobody so in order to keep them safe, one way is to, yes, you will have bucket permissions, security and everything, but there are people who are sitting inside the organization. Even people sitting inside the organization, they can open the document and they can just sell it to outside customer. But if it is encrypted and the key is only with the key person or the person who is responsible for that document, even if you have internal people who are going against you, they won't be able to open that file. So encryption is that important. Secondly, then we learned that keys need to be rotated periodically, and also they need to be kept in different locations. So mostly the key is kept inside, so it will be a key will be encrypted with another key, and that key will be encrypted with another key in our real environment. So in KMS this is done really easily, but in the real environment, if I have two USB drives that are encrypted. So but the key is stored within the disk as well. So for my own my own remembering, I don't keep the key anywhere else. It is sitting inside the disk, but I know the location where the key is. So that is just one disk and one drive. What if in large organization you have large number of keys and large number of applications? This can become very, very complex. So in order to streamline this complete management, AWS provides key management system. Azure provides also key management system, which is called Key Vault in Azure. And here it is called KMS, which is key management system. Fully managed, centralized key management, integration with AWS services, built-in auditing, and secure compliant. So now here in key management system, the customer key, all the keys will be stored inside the system, and whenever you need it, you can get it from. It is attached to user credentials. So we will create a key and then attach it to one of the users, and then that key is that user's key, and then assign permissions to the user so that they can access that file. Now, so what is the difference between the AWS managed keys and customer managed keys? So AWS managed keys are identified by AWS and service name. Customer managed key, you can provide them your own names, whereas AWS managed keys are AWS deleted. Here you can delete these keys, customer managed keys, and AWS managed keys can be backed into customer roles, whereas they can be backed into customer roles. And
You're cutting out.
am I cutting out? Am I cutting out?
Your voice is
Really? Okay, just a second. Just a second. Just a second here.
Where
Okay,
is Ajmal
just a
today?
second. Yeah, Ajmal is so quiet. Okay, I'm fixing that. Just give me a moment here, please. Okay, so here, okay, so probably maybe is it better, Annie? Is the voice? What am I saying? Uh, is the voice quality better than before? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, good. So guys, we were talking about key management system. The main purpose of a key management system is related to encryption. So if your organization is using encryption, they will need a key management system, and key management system is required for this organization. So okay, and okay, so let me show you a demo. So maybe you might not be able to follow me on this because we have less time left. So this is recorded. You can follow me later on. Maybe you can keep your eyes on the screen for this demo because there are few things that I need to do quickly. But it is, I mean, it's all, since we do know that we need to create a key, then we need to attach it to a document, and then we need a user to access the document. So first of all, I will come into KMS, which is Customer Key Management System. So AWS managed keys, we don't make any changes to these keys. These are automatically managed keys. The keys that we can work on, customer managed keys. Customer managed keys is that I'm a customer to AWS and I want to store a key, and then storing a key for my own documents that I need to encrypt, or my application that I need to encrypt with this key. So when I go here in customer managed keys, all I need to do is to create a new key. Okay. Okay. So I will create a new key. So there are two types of key. There is symmetric key. There is asymmetric key. So symmetric key is a single encryption key that can encrypt and decrypt operations, whereas asymmetric key is required. The two keys are required, which is public key and private key that can be used to encrypt and decrypt the sign off. So here, symmetric keys are mostly used. Symmetric key is that with one key, you can encrypt and decrypt information. Most of the time, it's that one key we use symmetric keys, but in some cases, asymmetric is used. So where is asymmetric keys used? Most of the time, actually all the time, it is used with banks. When you go to TD Bank website or any bank website, and when you go to their main page, there is already a public key sitting there, the certificate, public certificate sitting there, just like here as well. Here as well, if you go to this lock here, so this certificate is one key that is sitting here. This is asymmetric. Second part of the key is sitting in this computer, so that is known as asymmetric. So there is a public key and private key. So public key sitting here and private key is sitting on the computer. So but most of the time we use, my AWS recommends to use the symmetric key, that with one key you can open and close, you can open, you can encrypt and decrypt the document. Now, what type of key do you need? Where do you want to keep it? You want to keep it in KMS, you want to keep it externally, or you want to keep it elsewhere, which is Cloud SM. So in this case, we are going to keep the key inside the KMS within AWS. So I'm going to go to next, and here I need to provide that key. So for example, this key will be for, this key is for Dave. So I'm creating this key for Dave, key 01, and here we don't need any tags, and next. And now I will assign the admin access. So who will be the admin of this key? Dave is the admin of this key, and no one else has access to this, number one. And secondly, then who do you design? So who would use this key? So I'm also using Dave here. So you can have one admin that has access to all of the keys. But in this case, I'm creating this key only for that one person, Dave, and then it is the access is assigned to the usage of this key will be assigned to Dave as well. So so it is done. If you need to add another account, you can add another account for being an admin on this key next. And this is the JSON script that will run in the background that will basically create that key with all the different type of access. It's the same information. Here it is giving us the root account with which the key is being created with the access, and here is the Dave's ARM value, or the name, username, principal name that will be used to manage this key. And this is the type of access. He can do all this with this key. So next, finish. So now the key is created. Now, once the key is created, how do you use this key? So if I go to the customer manage key now, I can see that there is one key that is created, Dave key, which is this key. And you can, so with this key, Dave has access to this key. So now if I go back to how do you use this key? So in order to use the key, we can go to S3. Let's say if I can go to S3 and I have, so I can go to, for now, I'm logged in here with my user credentials, right? So in here, I can access everything. So I can go down here and access, let's say, this picture. So I am able to access the picture provided if it is public. So I'm just make it public. So for now, this picture is not encrypted. Open the picture, going to the link. So I am able to see the picture. Now, if I go back now and encrypt this, so I am about to encrypt this picture. So on this picture, we can go to actions, and so here, edit server side encryption. So if I go here, I would say encrypt this, and I'm gonna encrypt this with a key, with a certain key. So here it's saying AWS managed key or the key management system. So from the key management system, I can go here and I can choose a key, and the key that it will be encrypted with is the Dave's key. So remember that I created that Dave key and then I provided that. So all I'm saying that the file should be encrypted. It should be encrypted from the one of the keys that is sitting in KMS, and the key that I'm encrypting this from is Dave's key. So if I go back here, I can see that it's Dave's key. You can encrypt that with the normal key as well, just a normal encryption with AWS. So here the key is or you can create a new key here as well and then encrypt that file. But we already have that Dave's key and it is sitting in our KMS, and I'm going to save that information. So now the file is encrypted, and if I go back using my account um, and go down to lines file, so in here and try to access this. Okay, I'm able to access this. Why I am able to access this file since it is encrypted? Because I think I am the admin, that's why. Let me check that out with the other account. So going to this is Dave's account. I need Tina's account that doesn't have access. So okay, so I have James. Sorry about that. So I have James, and James doesn't even have access to anything. So okay, so let's log in with James account. So I am going to use this other browser to log in. So let me go to S3 and okay, James have access to nothing. What I can do is from my other console, I'll give James S3 read-only access so that James should be able to see the buckets. So here, I'll go to S3. Actually, I need to go to IAM and I need to give James access to read-only S3. So I'll go to James, add him to the group. So he has access to read only the complete environment, but I will add him to the group that has S3 read only access. So this is S3 read only admin. And if you don't have the group, then you'll have to go and create that group within groups, and then you'll be able to see that. If the group is here, normally normally as soon as we assign access, it is assigned immediately. So you don't have to wait for anything in here. Now I'll go back. Okay, so now I'm here and let's see if I can retry. So I can see, so now James has, he never had access, but now he has read-only access. If I go to call center, and in here, if I try to access this file and try to open the file, so now, yes, so James is not able to open this file, and here it's saying request specifying server-side encryption with KMS system. So that requires a signature. So here it's saying the document is encrypted. For me, since I'm the admin, that's why I'm able to open this, but the file is encrypted. So now if we log in with Dave, so if I go and log out from here and log in with Dave, the key will be automatically used. You don't have to bring the key in. So it is used from the KMS system because that KMS system is attached to your login. So here, I'm logging in with Dave, and most probably Dave should be able to open this file. So going to here and going to the file. Was it Dave that I provided access to? So here, request specifying server-side encryption and authorization. Okay, so one more time, I have to check that what type of encryption was it. So we did say this is encrypted, and enter the master key. Choose a master key. Okay. So, so the file is, I'm logged in with Dave though.
I think these files are not public.
But these files are, actually that is a different error message. So yeah, let's see if we can make it public. When public access, make public. Okay, no, it is still an encryption message. Most probably, let me try to go back to, no, this is my login. I'm in my login. Where is Dave's login? Uh, so here, read only admin. And I'm gonna just one more time, I'll just check and then I will troubleshoot that later if it is not done. I will make for sure. I mean, the process is exactly the same. There is nothing wrong with the process. It's just that sometime it might take a little longer to for the encryption and decryption settings to set in. So where am I going? I'm going to KMS system quickly. And where is KMS system?
Actually, mine's work after I did the public. So
okay,
that's
excellent. So once you do a public, it's working with your own key, right?
yes.
Okay, excellent. Let me try that again one more time. So I'm logged in with Dave, and Dave is the same user going back to S3. So let me try to open any other document. So any other document, Dave should be able to open. So this document is open, and the other document, okay, still it's saying that. I need to troubleshoot this on the KMS level. And this is the key. I just want to quickly make sure that that is the key that it is encrypted with. It is with Dave as a user. The key user is Dave, and the key is allow keys administrator. Okay. Okay, maybe it might take just some time to for this to work, but this is the way, just like Mohammed said, that he's able to access the key and the key management system. So the main idea we need to take from here that in the key, you can create a key, you can assign a key to the admin. Without a key, a document can be open to anyone. With a key, it always will be always giving error message to anyone who is accessing it. And here it's clear that the key belongs to Dave, and Dave is logged in, and so probably I will just try that again, and I will post that in the video. Guys, the next very important thing in the next 20 minutes, we need to cover a very important topic, and that is understanding of Active Directory in this. So key management system, we do understand. IAM, we understand as well. So one quick thing here, something called budget. So within budget, we need to understand that within budgeting, you can create budget inside. And right in the beginning of this training, created a small, very small budget. But here I just wanted to give you an idea. The root user or the admin user with the billing access is able to create budget, and you can budgets are created based on different applications. So for example, here you're saying this is project one, this is project Nemo Coast, and then here the current budget, currently it's using $43 and the budget is $45 and forecasted is $56. And here, so you can set a budget, and the main purpose of the budget in AWS is just to notify you that if you're going above the budget, if you're going any point, anytime, if you're going above the budget from for any service. And the budget is basically when you create a budget is created. Where is it? Okay, so budget is created on three different levels. You can create a budget based on the cost. You can create a budget based on the usage, or you can create a restricted budget for a certain project. So if it is based on the cost, it is just that it is it's just based on the cost, whatever budget. So my budget here is 45, here 100, here 175, and on the usage basis, I'm saying that to S3 usage budget is 5,500 requests. So the cost is not there, but as soon as it reaches this budget, 5,500 requests, it will send you a notification, or you can always go back to the budget screen and you can have a look at it. So for example, if I go now in billing section, which is so in the billing section, there is budgets. And in budgets, we can create our own budget. So it can be create and manage budget, refine your budget, and then add notification. So in this case, we can go to create a budget. And budget can be based on the cost, usage, reservation, saving plans. So let's go by the cost. And these decisions are taken with the management and the compliance team. So we don't take this. So for example, this is for project migration, and this is, let's say, a quarterly budget, and recurring budget is this, start at the quarter of this, and here you have the budget amount. So budget amount can be 5,000. And in here, you can select different type of services here. So you can select that this budget is specially for S3, or it is specially for EC2 instances. So EC2 instances cost shouldn't go more than, so here you can add to the filter, shouldn't go more than $5,000 quarterly. And here you can just select a budget and configure the threshold and so on. So once the budget is selected, you can set up the notification, and the threshold here is that 80%. So here you're saying this is 80% of the amount, which is as soon as it reaches the 4,000, you need to get notified, and this is where you can set up the notification screen. So this is one quick understanding. It's a very simple understanding to have. Budgeting and creating a billing alert. Now, the important topic that I wanted to discuss before we can finish off is Active Directory. So Active Directory is basically an authentication service. Within Active Directory, the main important thing, now what is Active Directory? How do you work with Active Directory? How do you work with Active Directory? It's not covered here. I mean, Active Directory is a Microsoft service. For Active Directory, you have to have Microsoft infrastructure, and then you have to create domain controllers and all that. That is done outside AWS environment. But here, the main important part is, can you have the same Active Directory inside? And if you need to connect Microsoft Active Directory inside AWS environment. So if we need to connect AWS inside the AWS environment, Microsoft AWS provides a service called AWS Directory Service. And in AWS Directory Service is where you can connect all of the all of the AWS services, cloud resources to your cloud environment, and you can get authentication. So main purpose of Active Directory is it provides SSO, which is a single sign-on to any domain joined EC2 instance. So AD domain controller, it provides AD domain controller running Windows Server. It is researchable by application into your environment, add DCs, HA performance. You can have Active Directory domain controller in here that can service all of the application within within multi-zone environment. AWS directory service. Okay, so there are a few things. I'm just going through quickly here so that I can explain that in more simpler manner. Okay, so let's understand that, and then we'll install directory service. Actually, first let me install directory service, because it will take like 10 minutes for directory service to set up automatically. But here, so I'll come back to the description again in a moment, but let me first install Active Directory. So in order to install directory service, we can go to search for directory, and here is a directory service. So directory service, and it's here within the services somewhere, which is right here. So under security and identity and compliance, here you have directory service. So if you go to this directory service, and let's say we need to have Active Directory, Microsoft-based directory service inside AWS Cloud, we can set up a new directory service. So in setting up this new directory service, and it can be connected to your on-premises directory service. So in here, you have these different options. You have AWS managed Microsoft directory service. You have simple AD, which is simple standalone managed directory service that is powered by Linux Samba Active Directory. You have AD Connect that can connect you to the main Active Directory. So AD connector is the proxy to redirecting directory requests from existing Active Directory without caching any information in the cloud. AD connector comes in two sizes, small and large. So in here, you have Amazon Cognito user pools, which is also a directory service, which user pools that you can add to registration, sign in features. Users can sign in using their own email address, external, Facebook or Google. So these are different directory services.
Adnan, how do we connect on-premises AD?
It is right here. Just like AD Connect in Azure, there is this connector that is AD connector that we can use to connect to this Active Directory. So in order to connect that Active Directory to on-premises Active Directory, it's a complete infrastructure where you need to download a server that will be downloaded in your on-premises infrastructure that will sync to that directory service. That server will actually, it's right here within here. We won't be able to do the lab in this, but AD connector is that complete environment. That so getting started with administrate Active Directory. Mostly this is done during migration, and most of the places where you go to, this is already done. But so here, the most important thing that I want you to have is have your own directory service right here. So in AWS managed directory service, all you need to do is go to next. And in here, you can go with standard or standard edition of Active Directory or enterprise edition. The difference is this, that here you can, number of, so this is number of, so here this Active Directory will be of, this can go up to 1 GB in size, this can go up to 70 GB in size. Here you can have 30,000 objects, here you can have 500,000 objects in here. And here that includes two domain controller, it includes two domain controller. But here the cost will be 47 per month, $43 per month for each extra domain controller. For this domain controller, the cost will be $86 per month. And for this domain controller, it will be $288 per month. But here you will get a full-fledged Microsoft-based Active Directory, and this will be based on 2012 servers. Now in here, all I need to do is to provide a name for my Active Directory. For example, I'm going to provide a name called pass, or let me create another Active Directory. So this is the name of my Active Directory, c60.local. Here I can provide a NetBIOS name. NetBIOS name of the Active Directory is basically the first name of your domain. I can provide it or I don't. It's optional. It's exactly like how you create in the real environment. So, and in here you can provide more description, and this is the administrator password. So here, not contains the word admin. So I need to provide something else. Oh, this is the password actually. Okay, not the user account. So I was typing the
Password 1 2 3 4.
okay. So right here, the admin password. So all I did provided a domain name and the password. That's it. And here I'm using the default VCP, or you wanted, if you want to deploy it to a certain network and not the default VPC. And so here, if you don't select anything, it will select everything default. We are going to take everything default because our VMs are sitting in the default VPC. Next, and that's it. It is, you have selected everything. If you want to change anything, you can go back and make changes. Otherwise, you can just create it. It will take like, because excuse me, because what's it's doing, it's creating two domain controllers in the background. So it needs to create two Windows Server domain controllers. We don't have access to that. This is their own infrastructure. What we will be getting is this Active Directory. Now, in order to see how do you manage this Active Directory? Is there anything in this AWS services that you provide you Active Directory users and computer where you create users? So the main function of Active Directory is to have users, user accounts, groups, OUs, and group policies, everything that we do in Microsoft Active Directory. So that cannot be managed from inside this cloud. This will only be, so here, this is only providing us Active Directory and not the management console. In order to manage this Active Directory, we need to set up a EC2 instance, Windows EC2 instance, and you won't even see the domain controllers as well, because the domain controller is their own infrastructure, is AWS infrastructure. And the good thing about this is that you don't have to maintain these domain controllers. Why? Their patching, their licensing, everything of this Active Directory is managed by AWS.
And what are the function level? Is that 2012?
It is 2012, yes. So we can go to free tier eligible. This is a file server. I just need a server. I just need a basic server, and that basic server can be 2012 or 16 or 19. It can be any server. Okay, so what's happening here? Okay, and it's giving us this was a weird screen. I never saw that before. So here I'm going to go with T2 so that it can, and nothing special in configuration. Security. So within the security group, nothing special, and launch. I'm going to use the same key that I use for all the services. And so once this is created, the only last thing that we need to do is, so the two things that we need to do on this server. Number one, join it to this Active Directory. Number two is Number two is that we need to install RSAT tools on that. RSAT tools are remote administration tools for Active Directory. So we need, because server comes without those tools, you don't need to install Active Directory, but you do need those tools on the server to manage Active Directory. So while this is being prepared, so I'm going to go to Active Directory. First of all, I'm going to go to the instances. So this Windows server will take few minutes. So Windows instance is being created. At the same time, I'm going to go to the directory service. And within the directory service, I am going to make sure it is still being created. So it takes around 15-20 minutes for this to come up. Once this is created, the only thing that we need from this server is the DNS address. This DNS address will go into the server, once the EC2 instance is created. We need to add the DNS server so that we can join it to this Active Directory. Without this DNS address, you cannot join your machine to Active Directory. So the two remaining steps will be, once the Active Directory is ready and once the EC2 instance is ready, we are going to log into the instance, use this DNS address, and I'm going to copy this address. And
But this is a public one, right?
this is a public one, meaning in the AWS cloud.
Dynamic.
Dynamic DNS?
Yeah, the DNS, yeah, 172 is sure, sir. This is a private.
It's a private one, private. It's a private
Okay.
one. So it is, yes, it is this DNS. It's not the public IP address. It's inside the AWS network. So this is initializing and that is initializing. Now, going back to that quick concept of Active Directory, if this is the first time you're hearing this word Active Directory, Active Directories, guys, it's mostly used for authentication purposes. So we authenticate, so all the users in all of the organizations, wherever you worked, 99% of the organization use Active Directory for you to log in. So this machine is ready. And in order to, so who is responsible for Active Directory infrastructure? It's the system admin, not the cloud admin, but the system admins are responsible for Active Directory infrastructure. And here, the lab that I'm showing you, because Active Directory is so common and it is used in many environments. So this is one way of adding your Active Directory, syncing it to the to your on-premises Active Directory, or if you don't want to have this Active Directory, you can always go with AD connector. So if I go back here in directory services, I can set up Active Directory and set up AD Connect. So if I go next here, it's saying, do you need a small Active Directory or large Active Directory where this connector needs to connect to? I can go to small Active Directory. It will be it will ask me for this. Now here, I need to give your real Active Directory domain services. So it's not you're not creating a new Active Directory. Enter the networking and service account details necessary to connect to your existing Active Directory. So now whatever your exists, let's say it's rogers.com or bell.ca. So that information, you need to sit with your Active Directory admin. They will provide you the name of their Active Directory, because the name of Active Directory is different from the website name. So it's not as same as the website name. So here you will put all that information, and then you go to the next screen, and then the wizard will help you. And it's really easy to connect. It's not difficult.
Now, one question.
Yes.
Let's say we have a 40 servers and we use the AD Connect. It will work or not? Because authentication, you need load balancing, and you need proper AD servers to authenticate, because this is just a AD Connect, right?
Right, right. So it's a very good question. In order to reply to this question, let me go to the whiteboard here. So first of all, let's quickly understand what the question is. The question is very important. So for understanding understanding this infrastructure. So we have our Active Directory on premises right here. Okay, so this is our data center, which is exists in your organization, and there are two domain controllers. Let's say DC1 and DC2, and these two domain controllers are servicing like 10,000 servers. 10,000 servers. Or okay, 10,000 servers is too much. So for that, you'll have to have at least 40 domain controllers. Let's say these are servicing connected to 40 servers, and so 40 servers are connected here, and everything is working fine. Now that you have moved your infrastructure in AWS. So in AWS, there are two options here. One option is, so first of all, your all services, which is S3 service, your EC2 service, and your all the other services, your Beanstalk service, your Lambda service, and everything is connected to IAM. So it is all connected to IAM. So you must have IAM user in order to use all these services. So now what would you do? So you have Active Directory here, Active Directory users with all the access here, and here you have IAM. So you have two ways to do this. One way is that you create IAM account for all of the users. So you create IAM account for all of the users and provide that username and password for these users. But this will become very, very complex. Why? Because each user in your organization will have to maintain two accounts, one account for AWS and one account for this. So, and this doesn't work properly, and this is not how it is for a large environment. User shouldn't have to have two different accounts, one for this environment and the other one for this environment. So for that, what we do is we use one of the two ways. One way is to add Active Directory here, a complete separate Active Directory, just like what I did. I just created an Active Directory, provided it a name of 360 Cloud, and that Active Directory is sitting in this. And then once this Active Directory is created, I will start creating new users here. Start creating new and then give them access, and then sync this Active Directory or make a trust relationship between this and that. So this is for a very small environment. So this is one way of connecting your on-premises and on-premises and cloud. But the real way is that we connect this AWS service to our domain controller using AD connector. So this is AD connector. What AD connector does, that it will create a domain controller here inside this organization and sync everything from here to here. So all the users that you have here will be automatically part of your AWS service. So there will be a domain controller. Now, all you need to do is to provide these users. So these are the same users that are here, just provide them access to all of the cloud services. Since this Active Directory server is connected to AWS, and also this is connected to your on-premises, you don't have to have two different accounts. Now, going back to your question, that if there are 40,000 servers here, would that AD connector would work? Yes, it will work, because AD connector is not only a service, but it is providing you a server as well. It is providing you a full-fledged domain controller here, where you're syncing everything in here. So everything that you see here is here, and you can join machines here. You have cloud services here and everything.
Through VPC, through Direct Connect.
Yes, so this is just the authentication part, but for networking, it will be either Direct Connect or it can be site-to-site VPN.
Then AD Connect is just a proxy server, I believe.
Yeah, it is a proxy server. AD connector and AD Connect are the proxy server, but you can have a domain controller. So normally whenever we create a AD Connect, we will have domain controllers here as well to join these machines to Active Directory.
Okay, got it.
So which means, I mean, in order to better understand this, I think that, I mean, it cannot be implemented in a lab or a training environment because that involves this. But I would recommend going through some YouTube video that what is the complete process, what components are involved. If I get time, I will try to make a video on this. But again, I'll have to set up something on the physical environment in order to do that. Okay.
Okay.
So guys, everyone, where is the moment of truth here? Moment of truth, we need to just see that if our Active Directory is ready and if we can join this machine to Active Directory. So where am I? In the directory services, I need to go back to directory service and going here, directories. Within directory, this is still being created, so it will take some time. My machine is ready, so the machine part we can just make it ready by just connecting to this machine. And the password I need to bring, I need to bring that password from this key. So this is the password and the account is administrator. I don't need to save this. So what are we doing? We are trying to join this machine to Active Directory once that is ready, but we need to do some basic stuff here. Set up the DNS so that it can see that Active Directory. So yes, and it should be able to connect. So, okay, guys, so this is being connected. So what we need to do, everyone, please complete all of the videos here. I'll be posting more videos for databases and for this week as well. And let's hope that by the end of this training, so next two lectures are most probably will be the last lecture of this training. I will be sharing with you the custom lab as well. So next week we will be going through PaaS services, which is Beanstalk, Lambda service, and then SNS service, SQN service. So all of the other remaining services that we need to touch upon, those are all supporting services other than Beanstalk service. Just like app service in Azure. So next week is very, very important. But before that, please complete all of the videos at least 2 or 3 times. Okay, so I'm here on this server, and all I need to do in order to join this machine to Active Directory, first of all, I need to go into networking.
Can you check ping the domain?
Ping the, yes, I understand where you're going. Okay, okay, before setting up the DNS, you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, before setting up the DNS, we can here. Let me just change this. Okay. Okay, so I am going to ping the domain, which is cloud.local. And it's not pinging it. So why? Because we don't have the DNS service. Now that we have the DNS IP address, we can go to. And here you don't need to provide any IP address. This is automatically managed from AWS service. Here we just need to provide the DNS IP address. So DNS IP address, if I can refresh this, it is still being created. So this is the DNS IP address, 172.31.90 and 29. 172.31. So I'm going to go here. Try, oh, okay. I thought it would never copy. So it is copied, and I can copy the secondary as well.
There are two domain control actually.
Yes. So two, yeah, by default, it creates two domain controllers. Yes. So now that it is done, let's see if the DNS is up. Okay, it is pinging. So which means that domain is available, but it's not fully prepared. We can try to join this machine. So domain is pinging. All we need to do is go to properties here and try to join this.
So you install RSET tool in this machine?
No, no,
On
not
this?
not yet, not yet. I'm just joining it for now, so that I can see that effective. It's still being created, so probably it might not work. Okay, it is. So this username and password is from the when we created the Active Directory, and okay, so it's not ready, or probably the password.
It was admin or administrator?
It's administrator.
Hmm.
So it's not ready yet. So if I go back here and if I
Yes.
go to directory service, it is still being created. So DNS is working. Oh, it's active now. And so
Getting access.
reset the, I can reset the username password. So
Administrator does not access. Admin.
user must be in the directory. No result will be returned for any user that's stored in trusted AD. Uh, Maybe you're right. It might be admin. Yes, it was admin. Okay, good. So which means that our password was fine. And so let's try that again one more time. So Ajmal, you're active now. What happened in the beginning?
After the tea, actually, I woke up.
Right. Okay, so this is joined. So this is, we are working with now a live Active Directory within AWS service. Okay, guys. So this will restart, and after restarting, it can log in. So guys, I'll be sharing the videos with all of you. So please go through all of the videos. If you have any questions, you can post them in WhatsApp group. Also, I would suggest that please use Sunday morning to work together in the lab as well. Okay. So this is all for tonight. And if you don't have any questions, I'll be here. If you have any questions, if you don't have any questions, then we'll see each other next week, inshallah.
Thank you, Adnan. Bye. Allah Hafiz.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Office.
Okay, thank you.
Adnan Bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
could you help me? Because I'm still not able to connect. So I must have done something
Okay,
to
no
my
problem.
network.
Sure, sure. Okay, so I'll stop sharing my machine and then you can share your machine.
How do I share all? Share all windows. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
How do I give you permission?
yeah, I'll request access. Okay, so now that we have these machines, okay, so let's look at the VPCs here. VPC, most probably, you know, probably maybe the security groups are gone too. So here we have a VPC
Mm-hmm.
and we have one internet gateway. We checked routing table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see if I can make this. So summary and routing table, it says that it is open to all of the, oh, why is this? So this one, I think this was the previous one that was done. So we need to do that again because we created another, you know, the internet gateway. So,
Mm-hmm.
so that route was for the previous one that was disconnected. So,
Oh, okay.
so most probably, so this should be, so this is active now. Okay. And we'll go back to EC2 instances. Ah,
You.
no, that's good. That's good.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're most welcome. So see you guys in the next section, next week,
Okay.
inshallah. Okay,
Okay.
thank
Allah
you.
Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. Okay, Ashar, I just saw your question. Your question was, so does on-prem replicate the activities from AWS AD? Yes, it can if we build a trust relationship. So it will be a separate, completely separate Active Directory, but then trust relationship need to be made. Or if we need to sync the existing Active Directory, then we will create a AD connector. Okay. Okay, guys, see you next week, inshallah. Thank you.